Something stirred in you the moment this message found you. You did not seek it out by accident. I brought it to your attention because there are things I have been waiting to say to you. Things that have been forming in the deep places long before you could hear them. This is not a coincidence. This is a moment I arranged for you, in this hour, in this particular season of your life. And I need you to stop, to settle your spirit, and to listen closely, because what I am about to speak to you is not ordinary. It is a word that carries the weight of heaven directly into your situation. I have watched you carry things you were never meant to carry alone. I have seen you move through your days with a quiet ache in your chest, the kind that does not announce itself loudly, but sits with you from morning to night. You have held it together for the sake of those around you. You have smiled when your heart was not smiling. You have kept pressing forward even when you wondered if forward was still a direction available to you. I have seen all of it, every single moment. And I tell you now, with the full certainty of who I am, none of it has gone unnoticed. There is a miracle that belongs to you. It has your name woven into it. It was prepared before you ever walked into the hardest seasons of your life, and nothing that has happened, not a single loss, not a single closed door, not a single night when you lay awake wondering if I was still near, has changed what I have designated for you. But hear me carefully. What belongs to you is also being contested. There are forces of doubt and weariness pressing against your spirit, trying to convince you that your season has already passed, that you waited too long, that the window has closed. Those forces are lying to you. Do not receive their words. Listen closely now. The opposition you have felt is not proof that you are forgotten. It is proof that what I have placed inside your story is worth fighting over. The enemy does not bother attacking what has no power. He troubles those who are close to something that could change everything. If you have been feeling an unusual heaviness lately, a kind of pressure you cannot explain, do not read that as a sign of defeat. Read it as a sign that you are very near to a turning point. What has been pressing against you has not been able to move you from your place. You are still standing. You are still here. And that matters more than you know. I am not coming to you today to remind you of what went wrong. I am not here to rehearse your failures or highlight the places where you fell short. Those things hold no interest for me in this moment. What interests me is your future. What captivates my attention is what I am preparing to release into your life, because it is ready. The season of your long preparation is drawing to its close, and the things I have been making ready are beginning to move into position. You will begin to see small signs of this, little confirmations, moments that feel too precise to be random. Receive them. They are not coincidences. They are signals from me that the chapter is turning. I know the nights have been long. I know there have been hours when you lay still in the dark and your thoughts pressed in hard. I know the weight of wondering if your prayers were reaching me at all, if your trust was placing you somewhere foolish, if the ones around you were right when they suggested you had set your expectations too high. My answer to all of that silence is this. I was always there. I was never distant. What felt like silence was not absence. It was the quiet of a craftsman working with full concentration on something that required his most careful attention. That craftsman was me, and what I was working on was for you. So come closer now. Not with fear, not with the worn-down hope of someone who has been disappointed before, but with the steady expectation of someone whose father has proven himself faithful again and again across time. I'm not starting a new promise today. I'm completing one that has always been yours. I'm moving the final pieces into place for a breakthrough that is already written in the purposes I hold for your life. Stand firm in this. Do not waver. Do not turn back now. Declare your Amen if you receive this word. I did not bring you to this moment so that you could remain on the outside of the life I designed for you. I have been calling you forward from the very beginning, through every circumstance, through every unexpected turn, through every season that confused you or left you uncertain. Each of those seasons was a hallway leading somewhere. Each closed door protected you from a path that was not built for you. Each delay shielded you from receiving something before you were ready to hold it well. You may not have seen it that way at the time. Most people never do. But looking back from where I stand, it is plain. Every single step brought you here. And here is exactly where the next extraordinary thing begins. You have a resilience in you that you have not fully recognized. You dismiss it because it does not feel like strength from the inside. It feels like just getting through. But I tell you, what looks like just getting through from where you stand looks like extraordinary endurance from where I stand. I have watched you choose trust when circumstances gave you no logical reason to trust. I have seen you reach for hope when the evidence around you pointed in the opposite direction. That is not weakness. That is a kind of faith that I treasure. And that faith, my child, is not going unrewarded. Stand firm. I am not asking you to manufacture a confidence you do not feel. Rest in who I am. Your moment is arriving. There are voices that have been speaking against your miracle. I want you to understand them clearly, so that you will stop giving them authority over your heart. These voices are not coming from wisdom. They are coming from fear, and they have taken on many forms. Some have spoken through people around you, people who love you but whose own hope has grown thin. They see your situation and they tell you what their own diminished faith can imagine, which is not very much. Their words were not malicious, but they were not mine either. Do not carry them. Some of the loudest opposition has come from within your own thinking. The voice that says it is too late for you. The voice that reminds you of every attempt that did not succeed. The voice that measures your age, your resources, your record of past mistakes and concludes, there is nothing left worth expecting. That voice knows exactly which wounds to press on. It speaks in a tone that sounds almost reasonable, almost like good sense. But it is the oldest lie there is. It told Sarah she was past her season. It told the disciples the tomb was sealed and the story was over. It has always been wrong, and it is wrong about you. I want to name for you the three main ways this opposition moves against you, so you can recognize them the moment they appear. The first is the spirit of doubt. It whispers questions designed not to produce answers, but to unsettle your confidence. What if this does not work out this time? What if I am the exception? What if I read this wrong? The moment you hear those questions taking root, push them out with my word. Speak what I have spoken over you. Declare out loud what I have promised. My word in your mouth is the sharpest answer to every whispered doubt. The second is the spirit of impatience. It urges you to stop waiting and take matters into your own hands. It makes the waiting feel like waste. It suggests that if I truly intended to move, I would have moved by now. So it pushes you to grab for solutions that are beneath what I have planned, to settle for something less because something less is available right now. Do not do it. Impatience has cost many people the very thing I was about to give them. They reach for the nearest door and miss the one I was preparing to open. Active faith waits. It prays, it declares, it holds, and it trusts my timing even when my timing feels long. The third is the spirit of comparison. It turns your eyes to others and manufactures grievance. Why did their answer come so quickly? Why is their life moving while mine feels frozen? Comparison is designed to replace gratitude with resentment, and resentment is a weight that closes the hand that should be open to receive. Your path is not anyone else's path. The things I have prepared for you are not transferable. They were shaped for your life, for your specific need, for the precise contours of your purpose on this earth. No one else's blessing can tell you anything about yours. Speak these words aloud now, if you are willing. Say, I trust you with the timing. I trust you with the way. I believe what you have promised is on its way to me, and I will not forfeit it through fear. Stand in agreement if your spirit says yes. Now I want to tell you about a man named Peter. He had spent an entire night on the water doing what he knew best. He was not lazy. He was not faithless. He worked through the darkness with every skill and every technique he possessed. And he came to the morning with empty hands. No catch. Just exhaustion and the quiet sting of a night that produced nothing. That is a feeling I think you know. The feeling of having put everything you had into something and still coming up short. The effort was real. The weariness was real. But the result was still empty. I came to Peter on the shore, and I gave him an instruction that made no sense from where he was standing. Go back out. Cast your net again. He had already done this. He had done it over and over through the night. But something in him responded. He went back. He did not wait to feel certain. He did not demand that I explain myself first. He simply obeyed in the face of exhaustion and in the face of all previous evidence that said this would not work. And what happened next was so overwhelming that the net could barely contain it. My child, I am standing at the edge of your story today, and I am speaking the same kind of word to you. Not because I am dismissing how tired you are, not because I am unaware of the long nights behind you. I see all of it, but I also see what is in the water just ahead of you. I know what is waiting if you will launch out one more time. The moment you act in trust, even when everything in you says there is no good reason to, is the moment the impossible becomes immediate. Do not hold back now. You are closer than the empty nets make it feel. What I have prepared is real, it is specific, and it is yours. There is something I want you to see about that moment with Peter. He was not asked to perform something extraordinary. He was asked to do the ordinary thing one more time, the same action that had produced nothing all night, but this time in response to my word. That is the whole difference. The action did not change. The posture behind it changed completely. He moved from human effort to obedient trust, and that shift is the one I am inviting you into right now. So go back to the water, my child. Launch out one more time in trust, rather than in striving. The deep water ahead is exactly where I am waiting for you. I want to talk to you about something that may seem simple, but carries more weight than you have realized. I want to talk about your words. The things you say over yourself, over your situation, over your future. Because what comes out of your mouth is not just sound that fades into the air. Your words are seeds. They go into ground, they take root, and they produce fruit, whether you intend them to or not. When you say that you will never find a way through this, you are building walls. When you say that it is too late for you, you are writing a conclusion before the story has ended. When you say that nothing ever works out for you, you are creating an agreement with the opposition and closing the space where my provision needs to move. I am not asking you to ignore your reality. I am asking you to stop letting your reality be the final word. My word is the final word. And my word says you are provided for. My word says you are not forgotten. My word says the best of what I have for you is not behind you. This is not a matter of pretending. It is a matter of alignment. When your mouth speaks in agreement with what I have promised, something shifts in the unseen realm. Agreements made in faith unlock movement. Declarations rooted in my word create an opening for my power to work in ways your circumstances alone cannot explain. So I am asking you, starting from this moment, to be deliberate about what you say. Not because I am a rigid authority counting your words, but because I am a father who knows what your declarations do to your own spirit and to the atmosphere around you. Say this: what I am walking through is not my ending. My best days are ahead. The one who holds my future is faithful, and I trust him with every part of my life. Speak it plainly. Speak it again if you need to. Let your spirit hear it from your own voice. Because the faith I am calling out of you is not a feeling that waits for evidence before it speaks. It is a choice that speaks first, and then waits for the evidence to follow. I want to tell you about a woman who understood this before she ever opened her mouth. She had been carrying a sickness for 12 years. Not 1 year, not 2, 12. She had tried every available remedy. She had given what resources she had to every source of help she could find. And still she was not well. The reasonable voice in her situation had a great deal of evidence on its side. It had 12 years of evidence. It had empty hands and a depleted life and every practical reason to conclude that change was no longer available to her. But something rose up inside her that was not reasonable. It was faith. And faith does not run the same calculations that reason runs. She heard I was nearby, and she moved toward me, not waiting for a sign, not waiting for permission, not waiting until she felt more certain. She moved first. She decided that if she could get close enough to even brush the edge of what I carried, that would be enough. And the moment she acted on that decision, healing flowed from me to her so immediately that I felt it go. What 12 years of effort had not accomplished, one moment of moving faith did. Because she did not wait to see before she acted. She acted, and then she saw. I am asking you to move in the same way right now. Not to wait until everything feels right. Not to hold back until the circumstances line up into something more encouraging. But to act in trust with what is in front of you. Because when faith moves, I move with it. Your miracle is not waiting for your situation to change. Your situation is waiting for your faith to move. There's a moment in every breakthrough where the person who receives it had to act before they had full evidence. Every story I have written that changed everything began with someone deciding to trust me at the exact point where trusting made the least logical sense. That is the moment I have been preparing you for. That moment is now. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. I did not call you close to this moment, just to have you leave the same way you arrived. Something is meant to shift in you here. I am asking you not to receive these words as a pleasant thought, and then return to everything exactly as it was. Faith that does not produce action is not the kind of faith that moves anything, but faith that steps forward, even in uncertainty, even with trembling hands. That is the faith I have always responded to. That is the faith that rewrote history in the hands of ordinary people who simply decided to trust me more than they trusted their fear. What I am placing in your path right now, you will not get to by standing still. You will get to it by moving, by choosing, by releasing what has held you and reaching toward what I am holding for you. The woman who was healed did not receive her miracle while she was talking herself out of it. She received it while she was moving toward me. Let that be what this moment means for you. Move toward me. Right now. One step. I will be right there to meet you. There is something I want you to understand about every season of waiting you have endured. None of it was punishment. None of it was neglect. Every delay you experienced had a function, even the ones that felt most silent, even the ones that stretched beyond what felt reasonable or fair. What appears from the inside as time going to waste is often from where I stand, time being used with great precision. I do not let your seasons pass without purpose. I am not a God who marks time carelessly. Abraham and Sarah waited 25 years for a promise I had spoken clearly over their lives. 25 years. Think about what that number means in a human life. Years of holding a word that had no evidence around it. Years of watching time move in the direction that seemed to argue against everything I had said. Every practical voice in their world would have agreed that the moment had passed. Biology agreed, age agreed, reason agreed, but my word did not expire. My word does not expire. And when the moment I had always intended finally came, Sarah laughed with a joy so full she could not contain it. What arrived was not less than what I had promised because of the wait. It was exactly what I had said. And it carried the added weight of having stood through every reason not to believe it. Your wait has not diminished what I have prepared for you. It has deepened it. Every year of faithfulness in the lean season is a year I have taken into account. Every choice to keep trusting when the evidence was thin is something I have not missed. What you are about to receive carries the full measure of everything I intended for you before the waiting began. The delay did not reduce the promise. The delay was preparation for the person who would receive it. I want to tell you about a woman named Hagar, who found herself in a desert with nothing left. The water was gone. Hope had run out. She moved her child away so she would not have to watch what was coming. She had arrived at what felt like the absolute end of her options. And in that place, I opened her eyes, not to something that arrived from outside, but to a well that was already there, already present, that she had not been able to see through her despair. I did not create a new source for her in that moment. I simply opened her eyes to what I had already placed nearby. It was always there. She could not see it until she called out to me. My child, hear me say this carefully. There are things I have already placed near you that your discouragement has kept you from seeing. Sources of provision, doors of possibility, people who are positioned to be part of your breakthrough, things that are already present in the landscape of your life. You have been looking so hard at what is missing that you have not yet seen what is already there. I am asking you to let me open your eyes, not to something coming from far away, but to what I have already quietly prepared and placed within reach. Then there is Job. He knew what it was to lose almost everything that mattered. Everything that gave his life its visible shape seemed to fall away at once. The people around him offered explanations that were wrong, conclusions drawn from a view too small to see what I was doing. Job did not understand what was happening, but he held on. He argued with me, which is not the same as turning from me. He brought his grief and his confusion to my doorstep and stayed there. And what came after that long season of holding on was a restoration that exceeded what had been. Not a pale echo of his former life, a fuller, richer version. I am the God of restoration. That is not a figure of speech. It is what I do. What you feel you have lost, I am not finished with. Relationships you thought were beyond repair are not beyond my reach. Strength you believe has been permanently depleted is not beyond my renewing. Dreams you set aside because they seem to belong to a younger, less weathered version of yourself are not forgotten. I placed those desires inside you. They did not originate with you. They came from me, which means I have every intention of bringing them to life. The years you consider lost are years I intend to restore with abundance. Every season of waiting is followed by a season of return, and your return is coming. I am already working on the specifics. I am arranging the people, shaping the circumstances, moving the pieces that are not visible to you yet. My preparation is never superficial. When I work ahead of time on your behalf, I do it with full knowledge of every detail your situation requires. Nothing is being improvised. Everything is being prepared. And when the prepared thing finally meets your prepared heart, what unfolds will be more than you could have mapped out from where you stood during the waiting. You are closer to that meeting point than any previous season of your life. Much closer. The light that felt so far away is now near enough to warm you. Open yourself to it. Do not contract back into the safety of low expectations. Dare to believe, again, that what I say is true. Not because the evidence has fully arrived, but because I have never once failed to deliver what I have spoken. Hold your expectation open. Let it be wide. I am not in the business of half measures. I am filling every part of what you have set before me, and I intend to overflow it. The restoration I am preparing for you is not a partial recovery. It is not a smaller version of what was. It is the full thing, returned and amplified, with the marks of my faithfulness pressed all through it. What I restore to you will not look like a reduced version of what was. It will look like abundance. I need to speak to you about something that may be the heaviest thing you are carrying without fully realizing it. It is the weight of what others have done to you. The wounds that came from people who were supposed to be safe. The betrayals that arrived from directions you never anticipated. The disappointments from those you gave your trust to and who handled it carelessly. You have not talked much about some of these things. They live in the quieter places of you. But I see them. And I know how much energy it takes to carry what you were never designed to hold. There are people in your story who hurt you. Some of them did it knowingly. Some of them did it without understanding the damage they caused. Some of them were broken people who passed their brokenness on, because that is all they had to give in that season. And some of them you have forgiven already, but some you have not. And the unforgiveness, my child, is a chain. It does not punish the one who wronged you. It keeps you anchored to the moment of the wound, unable to move freely into what I have ahead for you. I am not asking you to pretend the harm did not happen. It did happen. I am not asking you to return to what was unsafe, or to trust again someone who has not given you any reason to trust them. Wisdom and forgiveness are not opposites. You can forgive someone fully and still protect the ground of your life from being harmed again. What I'm asking is something specific and precise. I am asking you to release the right of revenge, to stop carrying the debt, to hand it to me, who sees everything clearly and will settle every account justly. That is not your work. That is mine. When you release that weight, something happens inside you that you cannot manufacture through any other means. Space opens. Not just emotional space, but spiritual space. Space where new things can enter. Space where I can move without obstruction. Some of the breakthrough you have been waiting for is on the other side of that release. Not because I am withholding until you perform correctly, but because the bitterness itself has been functioning like a closed hand. An open hand can receive. A clenched one cannot. Here is something worth sitting with. Where you have been broken and have allowed me to heal you, that is where you are now strongest. When a bone fractures and is properly set and healed, the point of fracture becomes denser than the surrounding structure. The place that broke is, in the end, more resistant than what never broke at all. Your healed wounds are not your weaknesses. They are the most unbreakable parts of you. The enemy spent his best effort on those places, and they held. What does that tell you? It tells you that you are more durable than you have given yourself credit for. It tells you that you have already survived what was meant to stop you. I am the God of new beginnings. This is not a title I hold casually. It is the consistent story of every life I have ever worked in. No matter how many times a person has stumbled, no matter how far off course a life has drifted, I am not done writing. Every morning that comes is a statement from me. It is mercy made visible. It is a declaration that the story is still open, that today carries possibility that yesterday did not exhaust. You have not run out of new beginnings. You have not used up the capacity I built into your story for fresh starts. I know you have tried to protect yourself from further hurt by keeping your expectations low. You have learned to not want too much, so that if things fall short again, the distance between expectation and reality is smaller. I understand why you built that protection. It was a reasonable response to real pain, but it is also keeping you from receiving what I intend to give you. I am asking you to dismantle that protection carefully, not to leave yourself exposed to foolishness, but to open yourself to the possibility that what I am bringing toward you is genuinely good, not a trick, not something that will collapse when you touch it. Something real, something lasting, something worthy of your trust. You do not need to become someone different to receive what I have for you. You do not need to perform a version of yourself that is more polished or more certain or more spiritually impressive. I know exactly who you are in your most unguarded moments. I have seen all of it, every stumble, every fear, every quiet moment of doubt. And I chose you fully, not a cleaned-up version of you. The acceptance I extend to you is not conditional on your improvement. It is already complete. Rest in that. Let it settle. You do not need to earn what I am giving. You only need to receive it. Look up now. Lift your gaze from the ground of past losses and the weight of old wounds. What is ahead of you is not defined by what is behind you. I have set your future beyond the reach of your past, and I am inviting you to step into it, unencumbered, free of the chains that have held you in yesterday. Say it aloud now if your heart is ready. Say, I release what held me. I step forward. I receive what is prepared for me. If your spirit agrees, let this be your declaration of trust. I am right here, holding what you have trusted me with, and I will not let it go to waste. Not a single part of your story, not the struggle, not the waiting, not the releasing. It is all in my hands, and what I hold, I transform. Every single part of you is in the hands that form the world, and those hands are entirely trustworthy. My hands do not return what they receive in the same condition they received it. They return it, healed, strengthened, and multiplied. You are completely safe here. I want to tell you something you may not have heard in a long time, or perhaps ever heard in quite this way. I am proud of you. Not proud in the way that requires you to have succeeded impressively, or to have handled everything without stumbling. Proud in the way a parent is proud of a child who kept getting up. Proud of the way you have chosen again and again to stay in the conversation with me, even when the conversation felt one-sided. Proud of the mornings you rose and kept going when you had every emotional reason to simply stop. The world measures value by outcomes. I measure it differently. I look at the heart that kept trusting when there was no visible reward for trusting. And what I see in yours deserves to be honored. You have given kindness to people who did not return it. You have been patient with situations that tested your limits. You have stayed generous in seasons when you did not have much to give. Those things were not invisible to me, not a single one of them. What you sow in hidden faithfulness does not disappear. It accumulates, it builds, and you are approaching the season where the harvest of all that faithful, quiet, unrewarded sowing is beginning to arrive. Now let me tell you what I see ahead for you. Because this is not a season like the ones before it. What is coming is different in kind. Not just a slight improvement on your current circumstances, but a genuine step into a new level of life. Doors that have been sealed will open without you forcing them. People who can play a meaningful part in your story will arrive at exactly the right time. Opportunities that seemed entirely out of reach will come within arm's length. Not because you chased them down, but because I directed them toward you. This is not wishful language. This is what happens when the preparation season ends and the release season begins. I want you to understand something important about what I am bringing, though. The blessing that is coming is not just for you alone. Your miracle has a reach that goes beyond your own life. There are people whose faith has grown thin. People who are right on the edge of giving up. People who need to see with their own eyes that I still work, that what I say still comes to pass, that the long wait does not mean I forgot. Your story, when it reaches the other side of this, is going to be that evidence for someone else. Your testimony will do in another person's heart what no persuasive argument can do. It will show them a life, a real one with real difficulties and real waiting, and a real God who was faithful through all of it. That is part of why this breakthrough has been worth the weight of the preparation. It is not just about what changes in your life, as meaningful as that is. It is about what your changed life speaks into the lives of others who have needed proof that hope is not foolish, that trust is not wasted, that I am still the God who answers. You are being prepared not only to receive, but to carry something that will ripple outward in ways you cannot currently measure. I also need to prepare you for something. In the days just ahead, there may be one final place of pressure before the opening comes. I am telling you this not to discourage you, but so that when it comes you will recognize it for what it is. It is not a sign that things are falling apart. It is the moment that almost always precedes a breakthrough, the place where the press is most intense, because what is about to emerge is most powerful. When you feel that pressure, do not read it as defeat. Read it as the signal that you are right at the threshold. Think of it this way. Before a new day fully arrives, the darkness just before the dawn is at its deepest. Not because light is retreating, but because the light is about to break. You are in that space right now. The dark is deep, But the dawn is genuinely near. I am not simply saying this to comfort you. I am saying it because it is true, and I do not speak things that are not true. When that final test comes, do not face it alone. Bring it to me. Do not carry it in silence or try to resolve it by the strength of your own reasoning. Come with it openly and let me be what I have always been to you. Your source, your support, your place of refuge. I will be closer in that moment than I have ever felt. My hand will be under you. My words will rise in you. You will not fall. I have made sure of that. And when it passes, when you come through that final place of pressing, you will look back at it the way you now look back at every other difficulty you survived, with the clear knowledge that I was in it, that you were not alone, and that it served a purpose you could not see in the middle of it. Stand firm for this last stretch. Do not measure the distance still remaining. Look at me instead. Fix your eyes on who I am rather than on how far it still feels. I am right there at the finish line of this season, and I am already holding what I promised you. It has your name on it. My child, I have never let go of you. Not in the valleys, not in the silences, not in the seasons when you felt most unseen. My grip on your life has not loosened once, and I am not about to loosen it now, when the very thing I have been preparing is finally ready to be placed in your hands. You are not approaching your end. You are approaching your arrival. Feel the difference. Let it settle into the deepest part of you. This is not the end of the road. This is where the road opens wide. I want to close this with something that has always been true about you. Something that your hardest seasons may have obscured but never managed to erase. You were not brought into this world by accident. Your existence is not the product of random chance or indifferent forces. I formed you. I thought about you before the first breath of your life. I knew the particular shape of what you would need, the specific kind of resilience you would have to develop, the unique purpose that only you in all of time could carry. There is no one else who can do what you were made to do. Not a duplicate, not a substitute. You are singular in my design, and that design has not been canceled by any difficulty you have walked through. This matters because I want you to stop carrying the question of whether you are enough. The answer is settled. It is not settled by your performance or your track record or your sense of personal worthiness. It is settled by who I am and by the fact that I made you. I do not make things that are without value. I do not bring a person through what you have been through and then set them aside as something that did not work out. You worked out exactly as I intended. The seasons that refined you did what refinement does. They took away what was impure and they left what is real. What is standing in front of me right now is the truest version of you, the one I was always working toward. Now I want to speak plainly about what moving forward actually looks like from here, because it is not complicated. It does not require you to have it all figured out. It does not require perfect certainty or an absence of questions. Moving forward simply means waking up tomorrow and choosing to trust that I am who I say I am, and that what I have promised, I am delivering. That is the whole of it. One day, one choice, one step, and then another after that. The path in front of you will not always be fully visible before you step onto it. That is the nature of faith. It moves on the word of the one giving the direction, not on the full visibility of where the direction leads. But hear me say this. Every path I have called someone onto, I have already walked. There is no stretch of road ahead of you that is unknown to me. Where you are going, I have already been. I have cleared what needed clearing. I have marked what you need to notice. I have stationed what you need along the way. You will not step into anything alone. The tiredness you carry today is real. I do not want you to dismiss it or perform energy you do not have. But I also want you to know that what I am releasing into your body and your spirit right now is not based on your current supply. I have a supply that does not run low. What you need for the next step will be available when you need it. Not before and not too late. Exactly when it is required. I have never given my children more than they could carry, and I have never withheld what they genuinely needed for the path I placed them on. Some of what I am giving you now will arrive quietly. A shift in a relationship. A door you walk past and then feel drawn back to. A sense of peace about a decision that has seemed impossible to make. Some of it will arrive with more force, something unmistakable. Something that stops you and makes you say, "This is you." Both kinds are real. Both kinds carry my intention. Do not miss the quiet ones in your hunger for the dramatic ones. I speak in both registers, and the quiet ones often carry the direction for the larger things that follow. I am calling you to move with a new quality of confidence from this point forward. Not a confidence in yourself alone, because that kind of confidence has limits and you know it, but a confidence rooted in who I am. A confidence that says, I do not know exactly how this resolves, but I know the one who holds the resolution, and I know his record, and I trust him. That is an unshakable foundation. Nothing that comes against you can destabilize a confidence rooted there, because it is not built on anything that circumstances can touch. The dreams that have felt dormant inside you, the ones you protected from your own expectation because they seemed too large or too unlikely, bring them back out. I placed them there. They belong there. They are not proof that you want too much. They are indicators of what I built you for. Begin to hold them again, carefully, with an open hand, rather than a desperate grip. Trust me with them. Tell me, this is what I sense inside me, and I give it to you. Let me carry those desires with you, because the one who placed them there is fully capable of bringing them to pass. Walk forward now, my child. Not with the exhausted steps of someone who has barely survived the road behind them. Walk with the steady, sure steps of someone who knows they are accompanied, who knows where the path leads, who knows the one holding their hand. What is ahead of you is not a smaller life. It is not a diminished version of what you hoped for. It is the full thing, the whole and rich and purposeful life I had in mind when I first breathed your name into being. There is nothing left to fear. There is nothing left to hold back. All you need to do is take my hand and step forward with me, and let this be the moment your new season truly begins. Speak your yes aloud if you are ready, and take my hand. I am already there, waiting for you, with everything I promised held out in my hands. Come. This is the moment you have been moving toward, and it is good. It is very good.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Very good news is happening in the next 7 hours. I am telling you this plainly, before anything else, because I do not want you to turn away from this moment. Something real is already moving toward your life. If you step away now, you will miss what was set aside for you alone. So, stay. Listen closely, because my voice is reaching you for a reason. I am not delaying this. I am not hiding it. Within these next 7 hours, a shift is forming that will touch your situation in a way you did not expect. It is not small. It is not ordinary. It will change how you feel, how you think, and how you see the road ahead of you. I know how easily you grow tired. I know how quickly your attention wants to move on to the next thing. But this is not the moment to drift. This is the moment to be still and receive. Your heart has been waiting for relief, for confirmation, for something to finally go in your favor. That waiting is about to meet its answer. You have carried a silent weight for a long time. You learned how to keep going even when nothing felt certain. I watched you do it. I saw the nights when you felt alone and the mornings when you rose anyway, not knowing why you bothered. None of that escaped me. Not 1 hour of it. Hear me on this. What is coming is not random. It is connected to everything you have endured and everything you have trusted me with. I do not scatter blessings into the wind and hope they land. I aim them, and this one carries your name. Declare your amen out loud if you believe this hour belongs to you. Some blessings arrive quietly and people miss them because they were expecting thunder. Not you, not this time. I am sharpening your attention right now so that when the good begins, you will recognize it. That is why I asked you to stay. Your awareness in this moment is part of what I am doing. You may feel a sense of urgency stirring in your spirit. Do not mistake it for fear. It is awareness. It is the feeling that something is close, and your soul knows it before your mind can explain it. I place that feeling there. Trust it. The next 7 hours are not ordinary hours. They are filled with movement that concerns you directly. There are requests you made long ago, ones you almost stopped believing in. I did not lose a single one of them. I've been arranging what you could not see, setting the pieces in order, choosing the moment. That moment is closer than you think. You are not being ignored. You have never been ignored. Every step brought you here, even the ones that felt like stumbling. I know it has not been easy. I know there were stretches where nothing seemed to change no matter what you did. But you are now stepping into a space where things begin to move in your favor, and you will feel the difference before you can prove it. Stay calm. Stay open. What is coming is not meant to overwhelm you. It is meant to lift you. I am not bringing confusion into your life. I am bringing clarity. I am not bringing loss. I am bringing restoration. The stirring you feel right now is the first edge of that shift, and it will grow stronger as the hours pass. Watch for the small signs, a sudden thought that settles you, a moment of peace that arrives without explanation, a door that gives way when you expected it to hold fast. Do not brush these aside. They are mine. I often speak to your heart before your mind understands, and I am speaking now. This is your moment to stay near and not turn away. What is coming is something you have needed, even if you never found the words to ask for it. I answer the life, not just the request. That is why this will feel personal when it arrives. Because it is. Keep your heart steady. You are not walking through this hour alone. I am with you, leading you through it with care. And I do not lead carelessly. I know the ground ahead of you. I know where it rises and where it falls. And I know exactly where I am taking you. Do not let doubt pull at your sleeve now. Doubt always shows up loudest right before the answer comes. It will whisper that this moment is like every other moment, that nothing is different, that you should look away. It is wrong. This hour matters more than doubt could ever understand. You are not here by accident. Your spirit recognized that something important was happening, and it held you in place. Honor that. Stay where you are, in this stillness, with my voice surrounding you. What happens next is between you and me. I want you to breathe slowly as you listen. Let your shoulders come down. Let the racing in your mind grow quiet. You do not need to solve anything in this moment. You do not need to perform or prove or push. You only need to receive. That is the whole task in front of you, and it is enough. There is a reason this word found you now and not last week, not next month. Timing is never loose in my hands. I move when the moment is full, not a breath before and not a breath after. This moment is full. That is why you are hearing this. So let the noise of the day fall away. Let every worry wait outside for a little while. For the next stretch of time, you are not the one holding everything together. I am. And I am telling you, with the full weight of my word behind it, that very good news is already on its way to you. It left my hand the moment you began to listen. Now hear the part of this that is most personal. What I am bringing is connected to something you have carried quietly. There are things you never fully told anyone. Things you pressed down because you did not know how to say them, or because you feared no one would understand. I saw those hidden rooms of your heart. I have always had the key, and what is coming will reach into that exact place and begin to bring relief. You may soon notice a calm arriving where pressure used to live. That calm is not your imagination, and it is not a mood. It is my presence settling over you. When I move, peace comes first, because peace is what makes a heart able to receive. Do not resist it. Let it sink all the way down. Something is also shifting in the way you think. You are beginning to see possibility where you once saw only walls. Ideas feel less impossible than they did a season ago. That is my work. Before I change what surrounds you, I strengthen what is inside you, so that when the change arrives, your hands are steady enough to hold it. You have walked through moments that made you question your worth. They were heavy, and they left their marks. But I am not leaving you in that place. My precious child, what is coming will begin to rebuild what was shaken in you, beam by beam, until you stand without bracing yourself. Do not look back at what failed and call it a prophecy of your future. It was a chapter. It was never the whole story. I am writing something new now, and it will not read like the past. It carries a different weight, a different air, a different ending. Understand this clearly. The good news I spoke of is not a single event that flashes and fades. It is a beginning. It is the first link in a chain of moments that will build upon one another. What opens within these hours will lead to what follows next week, and what follows after that. It may start small. A word from an unexpected mouth, a realization that lands while you are doing something ordinary, an answer arriving through a door you had stopped watching. I often begin with something simple so that you can recognize my hand in it. Do not despise the small opening. Rivers begin as springs. There is also a release happening. Something that was held back is now permitted to move toward you. You will feel it as motion where everything once felt fastened shut. Progress where there was only standing still. It has already begun, even if the evidence is still on its way. I know the waiting stretched longer than you expected. I know it wore on your patience and tested your believing. There were seasons when the silence felt like an answer in itself, and the answer felt like no. But silence was never absence. I do not abandon what I have spoken over. Not ever. Say, I receive it, if this word is reaching your spirit right now. Stay steady now, because what unfolds next is meant to be received with peace, not chased with anxiety. You do not need to rush anything. You do not need to force a single door. Remain present, remain willing, and let things come into their places. I am ordering every step. and I do not make mistakes. You may feel a gentle pull toward some small action, a conversation you should have, a step you should finally take, a decision that suddenly seems clear. Pay attention to that pull. I lead in ways that feel calm and unhurried, never frantic. When guidance comes from me, it clarifies. When pressure comes from fear, it confuses. Learn the difference, and you will never be lost. There's a reason I keep calling you to stay near. Your attention is joined to your awareness, and your awareness is joined to your receiving. The more awake you are to what I am doing, the more fully you will take hold of it. A blessing recognized is a blessing kept. You are not being left behind. You are being positioned. There is a difference, and you are about to feel it. Positioning takes patience, and you gave that patience even when it cost you. Now you are stepping into what the patience purchased. Others may seem to move faster. Do not measure your road by theirs. What I shaped for you would not fit their life, and what I gave them would sit crooked in yours. Your path was cut to your frame. Walk it without comparing, and you will walk it in peace. Keep your heart open, because what is arriving is meant to fill a space that has stood empty too long. I am not sending something temporary. I am not in the habit of building what collapses. What comes will stay, and it will grow, and you will not have to grip it with white knuckles to keep it. It will rest in your life the way a stone rests in its setting. Your inner world and your outer world are being aligned at the same time. That is why these days feel strange, as if something is moving underneath everything. Something is. The ground is not shaking. It is being leveled. I also want you to notice how you have already changed. You do not react the way you once did. Things that would have undone you a year ago now pass through you and leave you standing. You thought no one noticed that growth. I noticed. It matters more than you know, and it is part of why this moment has arrived. So let your breathing slow again. Let the old bracing in your chest unclench. You have spent years ready for bad news, shoulders up, guarding the door. I am asking you to stand ready for good news instead. It is a different posture. It feels unfamiliar at first, like a language you have not spoken since childhood. Speak it anyway. You will remember it faster than you think, and what I am sending will meet you in it. There is a quiet preparation happening around you even now, though your surroundings look unchanged. I am arranging what you cannot see. I am softening the road so that what comes does not overwhelm you when it arrives. You asked for change. Change is taking form. And there is something I am asking of you as it does. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me speak to you about doors. There are doors you knocked on for years that never opened. You stood outside them in every kind of weather, wondering what was wrong with you. Nothing was wrong with you. Those doors were never yours. Some of them led to rooms that would have cost you more than they gave. I kept them shut because I love you, not because I forgot you. But there's a door that fits your path, and I am opening it now. It will not resist you. You will not have to force the hinges or beg at the threshold. When it begins to move, you will feel the difference immediately, the way a key feels when it finally turns. What is yours opens toward you. Remember that. You may receive something in these hours. You may hear something. You may suddenly understand something that has confused you for years. Pay attention to those moments. I do not always move with noise. Sometimes I move through understanding. Sometimes I move through a single quiet thought that rearranges everything. Do not overlook that kind of power because it arrives without trumpets. I know there were times you nearly gave up altogether. I know there were prayers you could not finish because the words ran out halfway through. I heard the whole prayer anyway, including the part you never managed to say. I heard what your silence was asking for, and I am answering it now in a way that will remind you I was listening all along. The waiting season is closing. The receiving season is opening. The change between them is quiet at first, like the turn from winter to spring. No single morning announces it. But one day the air is different, and then the ground is different, and then everything is different. You are standing at that turning now. Do not rush ahead of it. Stay present. What is coming is not meant to scatter you. It is meant to settle you. Direction will replace uncertainty. Decisions that felt like mountains will flatten into steps. Clarity is one of my quietest gifts, and one of my strongest. There are things you have gripped tightly for a long time that are now being loosened from your hands. Not because they were evil, but because they belong to the road behind you, not the road ahead. I am clearing space in your life. What comes needs room to settle. Let the old weight go. You were never meant to carry it across this border. You spent long nights trying to understand why certain things fell apart. That confusion followed you like a shadow. Hear me now. Some of what collapsed was collapsing away from you, not on top of you. I moved you back from edges you never saw. One day you will look at a few of those losses and call them rescues. I am guiding you toward what will serve your future, not what flattered your past. There is a new agreement forming between your thoughts, your feelings, and your steps. They used to argue with one another. One believed, one doubted, one froze. Now they are beginning to move together, and the war inside you is going quiet. That quiet is not emptiness, it is order. Your strength is also returning, and you may have already noticed it in small ways. You feel more steady, more focused, less at the mercy of every wave. That is me, building you from within before I build around you. I always reinforce the vessel before I fill it. What is arriving will not leave you uncertain. Even if it surprises you, it will not feel wrong. That is one of the surest marks of my hand. What I send carries peace inside it, the way fruit carries its seed. If a thing brings dread and confusion and a knot in your stomach, it did not come from me. Test everything by the peace it carries. And hear this about the hour you are in. You are not early. You are not late. Every road you took, even the crooked ones, delivered you to this exact place at this exact time. You may begin to see the connection soon, how moments that seemed unrelated were quietly cooperating. That is not coincidence. That is authorship. Do not let fear interrupt what is unfolding. Fear will try to rise, because fear always contests new territory. It has no claim here. This moment belongs to trust. You do not need to guard yourself against what I am sending. You do not need to hold one hand behind your back. Open both hands. This is for you. Something in you that felt broken is being mended in ways you cannot watch happen. You will simply notice, one day soon, that a place which used to ache when you touched it no longer does. Wholeness returns like strength after a fever, quietly, and then all at once. Let it come. You have carried the crack long enough. I am the one who repairs what everyone else only patches, and I have already begun. Let me tell you how a river finds the sea. It does not study maps. It does not argue with the mountains. It follows the shape of the land that was carved before it arrived, and it trusts the slope to know the way. Your life is entering water like that now. The course has been cut. You do not have to carve the canyon. You only have to flow where the way has opened. For a long time you have lived like a river pushing against rock. Everything took twice the effort it should have. You watched simple things become complicated in your hands, and you wondered if resistance was simply your portion in this life. It was not. It was a season, and seasons obey me. Now the resistance is lifting. You will feel it first in the small transactions of an ordinary day. A conversation that goes smoothly where it always used to snag. A task that finishes early. A person who says yes without your usual pleading. Things that once pushed against you will begin to make way. Do not question the ease. Ease is also my signature. People around you will begin to respond differently as well. Some will offer help you did not request. Some will speak well of you in rooms you have never entered. I have ways of assigning voices to your cause. Favor is not something you can chase down. It is something I set upon a life, and I am setting it upon yours. I am also arranging meetings you know nothing about yet. There are certain people positioned along your path the way wells are positioned along a desert road, placed there long before the traveler grows thirsty. When you reach them, it will feel like luck. It will not be luck. Nothing on this road is luck. Watch also for the moment that stands out from the ordinary flow of the day. It may seem slight, a sentence that lands strangely in your chest, a name that surfaces twice in one afternoon, an opportunity that appears sideways, dressed as something small. These are hinges. Great doors swing on small hinges, and I hang mine quietly. Timing matters more here than you can measure. If this had come earlier, it would have found you unready, and you would have handled a holy thing with tired hands. If it had come later, it would have missed the need. It comes now because now is when it fits. My calendar has no misprints. You have watched others harvest while your own field stood bare, and it stung. I saw the sting. But a field is not dead because it is quiet. The farmer rests certain ground on purpose, so the soil can grow rich enough for a heavier crop. Your quiet years were not barrenness. They were deep soil forming. What grows next needed all of them. So do not curse the seasons behind you. Each one carried its assignment. The cold months did their hidden work beneath your feet, and the ground you stand on is different now because of them. Spring does not apologize for winter. It simply arrives with everything winter made possible. There is also a work happening below your sight, the way a builder lays a foundation before anyone sees a wall. Neighbors walk past a foundation and see nothing worth admiring. Then the structure rises in what seems like days, and they call it sudden. It was never sudden. It was sequenced. Your life is in the foundation days right now, and the rising is near. This is why I tell you not to judge the project by the state of the yard. What I am building for you has been drawn, measured, and begun. The materials are already purchased. Some are already on the ground. You're not waiting for a decision. The decision was made. You are waiting for a stage of construction, and stages have completion dates. Your part in this hour is not effort. It is agreement. Walk with the current instead of against it. When a door gives way, walk through without interrogating the hinge. When help is offered, take it without auditing the kindness. Receiving is its own act of trust, and for someone who has survived on self-reliance, it may be the hardest act I ask of you. I know self-reliance kept you alive through certain years. It stood guard when you felt you had no one. I do not despise it, but the years ahead do not run on survival. They run on partnership with me. The hands that learn to grip must now learn to receive, and I will be patient while they learn. You will also notice your own pace changing. The frantic edge is leaving your steps. You are beginning to move like a person who knows something good is certain, rather than someone braced for the next blow. That settled walk is not carelessness. It is faith showing up in the body. Let it show. And when the first piece of the good news arrives, here is what I ask. Do not shrink it with suspicion. Do not stand over it asking when it will be taken from you. Thank me plainly. Take hold of it fully, and watch what it becomes. Gratitude is the soil that a first blessing grows in. What is honored multiplies. The current is already moving, even while my voice is still in your ears. Somewhere, arrangements you did not make are being made. Somewhere, a matter with your name on it is being settled in your favor. You are not hearing about a distant plan. You are hearing the sound of one already in motion. So keep your eyes on the water ahead, not the rocks behind. The river does not flow backward, and neither does my plan for you. Everything essential is moving in one direction now, and that direction is toward you. Stay in the current. Stay near my voice. The sea is closer than it has ever been. Now I want to speak about what was drained out of you, because restoration is not a small word to me. Somewhere along the road you spent more than you had. You gave hope until hope ran thin. You gave effort until effort felt pointless. You kept giving after the well went dry, and you called it duty, and you told no one what it cost. I am refilling that well now, not a cupful, to the brim. You will feel it as energy returning to things that had gone gray. Food will taste like something again. Small plans will feel worth making. You will catch yourself thinking about next year without dread, and it will startle you, because you cannot remember when you stopped doing that. That is the water rising. Let it rise. Hope that returns after a long absence is shy at first. It comes to the edge of the camp like a stray animal, ready to bolt if anyone moves too fast. Do not chase it and do not interrogate it. Feed it a little each day. Believe one small thing, then another. Hope grows tame in a heart that stops swatting it away. Disappointment taught you some crooked lessons, and I intend to correct them. It taught you that wanting things is dangerous. It taught you to celebrate nothing until it is certain, and to trust nothing certain either. Those lessons kept you safe and kept you small. You are done being small. I am teaching you a new lesson now, and the lesson is this. Ask again. Want again. Expect again. Declare I trust you out loud if you believe this is your turning point. There is movement now where things stood still so long you stopped checking. Matters you filed away as finished are quietly reopening. Situations you released with a shrug and a sore heart are turning back toward you. Do not be surprised when something you buried comes up green. I never signed off on some of those endings. I only let them rest until the right hour. Your body knows this shift before your circumstances show it. Notice how sleep is beginning to come easier some nights. Notice the tightness in your chest loosening at odd moments, for no reason you can name. There's a reason. The part of you that stands watch has heard footsteps of the good approaching, and it is standing down, 1 hour at a time. I am also mending how you speak to yourself, because I have heard that voice. and some days it is crueler to you than any enemy ever was. It recites your failures with perfect memory and forgets your victories by morning. That voice did not come from me. My voice tells you the truth, and the truth is that you are worth the trouble of restoring, or I would not be doing it. The ones you love are also inside this turning, the ones you carry in prayer, whose names rise from you at night more easily than requests for yourself. I have heard every one of those prayers. Some answers you will get to watch with your own eyes. Others are moving in ways you will learn about later, and you will realize the answer began on an ordinary day when you felt like nothing was happening. Ordinary days are where I do most of my work. You wondered sometimes if praying for them accomplished anything at all. It did. It does. A prayer does not expire because the answer takes the long road. Everything you lifted up is on file in my presence, active and in motion. Nothing you brought to me was set aside. There is also a strength being returned to you that you used to have and lost track of. You were bolder once. You laughed easier. You tried things. Life sanded some of that off of you, and you accepted the loss as the price of growing older. I am returning it. Not the youth. The boldness. They were never the same thing, no matter what the years told you. You're going to catch yourself doing things that surprise you. Speaking up where you would have stayed silent. Beginning what you would have postponed. Saying no without writing a speech to justify it. Do not be alarmed by this new spine. I installed it. It is load-bearing, and it is going to hold much more than it holds today. Restoration also means the return of desire, and I want you to let it return without shame. Somewhere you decided that wanting more was ungrateful, that you should be content with survival and ask for nothing further. That is not humility. Humility never required you to want nothing. Bring me the real desires, the ones you keep in the bottom drawer. I have seen them anyway. I put some of them there. What I restore stronger than the original. Ask anyone I have ever rebuilt. The repaired place becomes the sturdiest part of the whole structure, the part that never fails again, the part others lean on in their own storms. Your history of being drained is becoming a history of being refilled, and people who are refilled by my hand become wells for others, without even trying. That is part of what is ahead for you, and I will say it plainly. You will be someone's evidence, someone watching your life from a distance, someone you may never know about, is going to see this turnaround and decide that maybe their own situation is not final either. Your restoration has a reach beyond you. It always did. There is no fee for any of this and no fine print waiting to surprise you. I restore because restoring is my nature, the same way a spring runs because running is its nature. You did not talk me into this, and nothing can talk me out of it. But that is later. Today, your only assignment is to receive what is being poured. Do not hurry this filling and do not ration it. You are not taking too much. You cannot take too much from a source that has no bottom. Stand under the pouring for as long as it comes, and let every dry year you have ever lived be answered by this one season of return. Now let me give you understanding, because understanding is a gift I do not hand out carelessly. You have questions that have followed you for years. Why did that happen? Why then? Why me? Some of those questions I will answer in these coming days, and the answers will land quietly, one connection at a time, until pieces that never made sense suddenly fit together in your sight. You will see how a certain closed road forced you onto the path where you found what you actually needed. You will see how a certain loss emptied your hands just in time for them to be free when the better thing arrived. You will trace the line backward and find intention running through the whole length of it. And you will say, slowly, with some wonder in your voice, nothing was wasted. Hear me confirm it in advance. Nothing was wasted. That does not mean everything was good. Some of what happened to you grieved me. I will not stand before you and rename evil as blessing, but I will tell you what is also true. Nothing that happened was beyond my reach to work with. There is no wreckage I cannot build from. You handed me broken pieces, some of them not broken by you, and I have been building this whole time. What I am about to show you is the building. You are receiving this word today because of connection, not chance. Millions of voices rise to me and I miss none of them, and still I speak particularly personally, one heart at a time. This hour was addressed to you. Your habit of returning to me, imperfect and interrupted as it was, kept a channel open. You thought your faith was too weak to matter. A thread is thin, but if it never snaps, it is enough for me to work along. Yours never snapped. Consider how a desert crossing changes a traveler. When Israel crossed their wilderness, the distance was short, but the crossing was long, because there were things the crossing had to accomplish that the destination could not. A people who had always been ruled had to learn to be free. Trust has to be practiced in a place where there is no other option. You have had such a crossing. And here is what I want you to hear. The border is in front of you. You are not in the middle of your wilderness. You are at the far edge of it. The strange sorrow you feel sometimes, even as things improve, is the soul's farewell to a hard place it learned to survive in. Do not be ashamed of it. Even a wilderness becomes familiar, and the familiar is hard to leave. But you are not called to the familiar. You are called to the far side of this border, where the ground yields food you did not have to fight for. On this side of the border, I ask you to lay some things down before you cross. Lay down the account of who owes you an apology that never came. Lay down the argument you keep rehearsing for a court that will never convene. Lay down the version of yourself that exists only to prove the doubters wrong. These weigh more than you know, and the new land is not entered carrying them. Set them at the border. I will deal with what is owed you. Settling accounts is mine, and I settle them better than resentment ever could. Who are you on the other side? Not a survivor. Survival was the old assignment. You are an heir walking into an inheritance, a worker stepping into work that was measured to your exact gifts, a voice that certain people are waiting to hear and will not fully receive from anyone else. There are tasks in the coming season shaped so precisely for you that if you do not do them, they will simply wait. I do not reassign what I authored for a particular soul. This is what being chosen actually means. Not favoritism. Assignment. I chose you for particular work, in particular rooms, among particular people, and everything you have lived through has qualified you for it in ways no training could. The ones who have walked through fire are the only ones who can lead others through fire without flinching. Your qualification cost you dearly. It will not be wasted either. You will recognize the work when you meet it, because it will feel less like ambition and more like remembering. It will use the parts of you that you thought were surplus, the odd gifts, the strange sensitivities, the concerns that never seemed to fit your circumstances. They fit your calling. They were always sized for something you had not seen yet. And do not fear that you are too old for it, or too late, or too marked by your history. I have a long record of calling people at the wrong age by every human measure. I start late by design because a called life that begins after hard seasons carries an authority that early success cannot counterfeit. Your timeline is not behind schedule. It is on mine. As you cross into this, Keep your ear tuned to me daily, not just in crisis. The wilderness taught you to seek me when things were desperate. The new land will teach you to seek me when things are good, which is a deeper discipline and a sweeter one. Do not become a stranger to me in your abundance. The best conversations we will ever have are still ahead of us, and not all of them will be about your needs. I will also tell you the truth about the new season. It will have its own challenges. I do not deliver anyone into a life without weather. But there is a difference between the storms of the wilderness and the storms of the inheritance. In the wilderness, storms threaten to end you. In the inheritance, they only water the ground. You will stand in future rain and notice with amazement that you are not afraid. That fearlessness is being built into you right now, in this hour, as you listen. So lift your head. Look across the border at the ground I have deeded to you. It is wide. It is good. It has your name on the title, written in my hand. The crossing is nearly finished, and the land does not know how to withhold itself from the one I send into it. Now come back with me to where this word began, because I want to close it the way I opened it. Very good news is happening in the next 7 hours. I said it plainly then, and I say it again now with everything you have heard. In between, standing behind it. This was never a vague comfort. It is an announcement. Something with your name on it is in motion at this very moment, and it is closer now than when you first began to listen. Do not spend these hours pacing. Announcements from me are not invitations to anxiety. Go about your day, but go about it awake. Keep a portion of your attention tilted toward me, the way a mother keeps an ear, tilted toward another room. You will not need to strain. When my hand moves, the part of you that has been listening will know. It may come as word from a person. It may come as a change in a situation that has refused to change for months. It may come first as pure knowing, a settled certainty rising in your chest before any outward proof arrives. Do not rank these. The inward answer is as real as the outward one, and it usually arrives first, the way light reaches a mountaintop before it reaches the valley. And when it comes, mark the moment. Stop what you are doing, even briefly, and acknowledge it came from me. Not because I need the credit, but because you need the memory. There will be future days when believing feels hard again, and on those days you will reach for the memory of this one. Build the memory well. Name the day. Let it become a stone you can stand on. My child, we have walked a long road together to reach this hour. You did not always feel me on it. There were stretches you would have sworn you walked alone, and I let you swear it without punishing the doubt, because I knew what you could not know. I knew where the road came out. Now you are standing nearly at the place where it comes out, and I would not let you quit before you saw it. That is why this word found you today. That is why you could not seem to turn away from it. Hear what I say about completion. What I start, I finish. I have never once laid a foundation and wandered off. I have never spoken a promise and misplaced it. Every work I have ever begun carries its ending inside it from the first day, the way a seed carries the tree. The work in your life is no exception. It was begun with its completion already written, and no delay you have lived through has edited a single line of it. So let me speak to the last doubts directly, because I know they are still in the room. There is a voice suggesting that this word is for other people, better people, people whose faith did not waver and whose record is cleaner than yours. That voice miscounts what I look for. I do not choose the flawless. I never have. Look through every account of my dealings and find the spotless resume among the ones I called. You will not find it. I choose the willing, and you are willing, or you would have stopped listening long ago. There is another voice saying that if you allow yourself to believe this and it does not happen, the fall will break you. I understand that fear. It was built from real falls. But hear me. You are not being asked to believe in an outcome you invented. You are being asked to believe in a character you have tested. I have been many things in your life, but I have never been the one who lied to you. Rest your weight on that. It will hold. In these 7 hours, someone may cross your path who needs a small kindness. Give it. Not as payment for your blessing, for my goodness is not for sale, but because generosity is what a heart does when it finally believes abundance is real. The open hand is the sign that the fear of lack is dying. Let someone else feel the first warmth of what is being lit in you today. And do not put this word on trial at the first quiet minute. The hours I spoke of are mine to fill, and I fill hours the way I fill seeds, from the inside, invisibly, and then all at once. When the shell breaks open, no one asks anymore what was happening during the silence. You are inside the silence now. The breaking open is not a question of whether. It is only a question of the hour, and the hour has already been chosen. After today, things will not return to the way they were. Even beyond the good arriving in these hours, you yourself are being altered by having truly listened. A person who has heard me at this depth does not go back to their old size. You will notice it in small ways first. Prayers with fewer apologies in them. Requests made without flinching. A door approached with expectation instead of a wince. That is the new posture. It is permanent, if you will keep it. I am with you in the first hour, when expectation is bright and easy. I am with you in the second hour, when the mind begins its old arithmetic of doubt. I am with you in the third hour, when the answer breaks the surface, and you see with your eyes what you have been holding by faith. And I am with you in every hour after that, in the long good season this day is opening, further than your sight can currently reach. So go now into these 7 hours with your head lifted. Let your steps be unhurried and your heart be loud with expectation. What was promised is not straining to happen. It is simply arriving, the way morning arrives, without effort and without permission, because it was appointed. You have waited through a long night, and you have waited well, and the sky at the edge of your life is already changing color. Receive this word in full. Carry it into your day gently, the way you would carry something priceless, because that is what it is. I have spoken it over you deliberately, hour by hour, promise by promise, and I do not scatter my words. Heaven stands behind every sentence you have heard. Declare, I believe, and I receive it, if you are ready to walk into what I have prepared for you.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, the day did not have to bring you to this moment. You could have kept moving, kept filling the hours with everything that calls for your attention. But something held you here. Something in you paused, settled, and said, listen, that was not your own idea. That was me. I am speaking to you now, not to a crowd, not to a general audience, to you exactly as you are in this hour, with whatever is sitting heavy in your chest, with whatever questions have been circling in your mind, with whatever hope you have been afraid to voice out loud in case it fell apart again. I am speaking directly into that place. The weight you have been carrying is not invisible to me. You have walked into this moment carrying more than most people around you realize. You have been managing things that have no easy name. Worries that begin the moment your eyes open in the morning. A fatigue that sleep alone cannot fix. A quietness inside you where something used to live. You have been surviving, my child, at a level far below what I created you for. And part of you already knows this. Do not brush past that knowing. That ache is not weakness. That recognition, the sense that something is not right, that life should not feel this heavy, that you were made for more than what you have been enduring. That is your soul telling the truth. And I am not offended by it. I am answering it. I did not create you for this weight. I created you for peace. Not the shallow kind that arrives when problems resolve and leaves the moment they return, but the deep kind, the settled kind, the kind that holds firm when circumstances do not change, because it is rooted in me rather than in what surrounds you. You have been looking for that peace in outcomes, in people, in the resolution of things that have not yet resolved. And when those places failed to hold it, you pushed on, and you are still here. But hear me clearly now. I did not bring you to this moment to tell you to push through again. I brought you here to tell you something has changed. Declare your amen if you believe this word is reaching your spirit today. My child, there is a place within you that is quieter than thought, deeper than emotion, beyond the reach of the noise that has surrounded you for so long. That place has always known my voice, even in the seasons when your mind was too crowded to hear it clearly. And I am speaking to that place right now, not from a distance, not from somewhere above the details of your life, but from right here, closer to you than you are to your own breath. You have carried the impression that I am somewhere beyond your reach, that to find me you must first get your life in order, or your faith stronger, or your heart cleaner, that my closeness is something you must earn, rather than something you may simply receive. My child, that impression was never true. I did not make you fight your way to me. I came to you. I have always come to you. Not because your belief was steady enough, or your prayers eloquent enough, or your record clean enough. I came because you are mine, and I do not abandon what belongs to me. Something drew you to this moment. You may call it chance, or idle drifting, or the restless movement of a tired mind. But I tell you, nothing that brings a heart closer to my voice is accidental. I arranged this. I placed this in your path at this hour, not as a coincidence, but as an appointment. Heaven does not deal in coincidence when it comes to the ones it loves. The world around you is loud. It fills every available space with urgency and noise and the constant measuring of your life against lives that are not yours. It takes the quiet places and crowds them before you can rest in them. And you have been living inside that noise for a long time. So long that stillness has begun to feel unfamiliar. So long that a moment of quiet sometimes seems like something has gone wrong. But nothing has gone wrong. Stillness is where I have been waiting for you. It is where I speak without competition. It is where the truth of what I have declared over your life can finally reach you without being drowned out. So stay here with me. Let this moment become more than words passing through a tired mind. Let it become a meeting. Let what I am speaking go down into the places where you have been running on empty, into the parts of you that have been quietly losing their grip on hope. I have something to say to those places, and what I say to them today is going to change how you walk forward from this hour. My beloved child, every road you have traveled, every season that shaped you, every detour you did not choose, every chapter you would not have written for yourself, has been moving within my sight, I have not lost track of you. I have not set you aside and forgotten to return. You have been before me all along, even in the moments when you were most certain you were invisible. You were never invisible. You have never been invisible. You did not arrive here by accident. Heaven called you here. And heaven calls you because something in your life is about to shift. Stay with me. There is more I need you to hear. My child, the noise of the world does not only live outside you, it takes up residence within you. The unresolved arguments, the old memories that replay without invitation, the fear that knows exactly when to speak. You have been listening to those voices for so long, they have begun to sound like reason. They have begun to sound like wisdom. But I tell you now, not every voice that speaks loudly is telling the truth, and not every voice that speaks quietly should be dismissed. I have been speaking quietly. I have been the still presence beneath the restlessness. I have been the peace that kept returning even when you expected it to give up on you. I have been steady in every season you have walked through, and I am steady now. My child, I want to teach you something about how I speak, because there is a lie you have absorbed from the world around you. A lie that says a voice must be loud to be trustworthy, that power must announce itself, that divine authority should rattle the room and leave no room for doubt. You have been waiting for a voice like thunder, but I often come like the light that enters a room before dawn fully arrives. Not dramatic, not loud, just present and growing. The prophet stood at the mountain. Before me there came wind violent enough to tear the rocks apart. There was shaking. There was fire. And after all of that passed, my voice came in a sound so still and gentle, it could only be heard by a heart that was genuinely listening. Not the wind, not the earthquake, not the fire, a gentle whisper. I was not absent from the storm, but I was not contained in it. I was in the whisper. My beloved child, I am not withholding the thunder because I lack authority. I come gently because I respect the soul I am speaking to. I do not need to overwhelm you to reach you. I do not need to shake the ground beneath your feet to prove I am near. The deepest room in you does not open to force. It opens to love. And love knows how to enter quietly. This is why I am asking you to slow down. Not as punishment, not as delay, but because the place where I meet you most deeply is not on the surface of a rushing life. It is in the still room beneath the movement, where your defenses come down, where the performance stops, where you no longer need to hold the shape of someone who is coping. That room is where I do my most real work. And that is where I am meeting you right now. There is something I want to show you. A quiet night long ago, and a young heart learning for the first time that heaven calls by name. The boy Samuel was resting in the temple. The lamp had not gone out. The house was still. And in that stillness, I called his name. I did not call him into a crowd. I did not begin in spectacle or noise. I came in the ordinary dark of a sleeping house when everything was quiet enough for a single name to matter. My child, that is often how I begin. In hidden places, when no one else is watching. When the soul is quiet enough to be interrupted by something that doesn't belong to the ordinary world. When Samuel heard my call, he did not understand it immediately. He ran to Eli thinking a human voice had spoken. He heard correctly, but his interpretation was still forming. And here is what I want you to see. I did not abandon him because he got it wrong the first time. I called again and again. Each time he rose, each time he returned confused, Something in him was being drawn nearer to recognition. The call was not wasted just because it was not immediately understood. My beloved child, I have been calling you in ways you have not always recognized, through a quiet conviction that returned when you tried to silence it, through a door that closed and would not reopen no matter how hard you pressed against it, through a peace that stayed in you during a season that had no logical reason to produce peace, through a sense of longing, not for things, but for something more real than what the world had been offering you. That was my voice, not speaking in language, but speaking through your life. Do not be hard on yourself for the times you mistook my voice for something else. Samuel was in the temple, close to me, and he still needed 3 calls before he understood. A listening heart grows through the calling, not only at the point of recognition. There is something holy about becoming available before you know what will be required of you. Many only want to hear from me if the answer confirms what they already desire. Many say they want direction, but they resist the quiet place where direction is actually given. They want a voice that fits their schedule and their expectations. But I do not bend my voice to meet your expectations. I invite your heart to come and meet me where I already am. Samuel's simple response changed everything, not because the sentence was impressive, "Speak, Lord, for I am listening," but because his heart became genuinely available. He was not performing. He was not pretending certainty he did not have. He was a young heart in the dark saying, "I am here, speak." That was enough. My child, that same availability is enough from you. You do not need to arrive at me with polished words or unwavering certainty or a faith that has never stumbled. You need only to become present. A whispered yes can open what years of striving could not. A sincere "here I am" can become the beginning of a new chapter in your life. The path that Samuel walked, the path of learning to hear, learning to trust, learning to carry the word that was given to him, began in one quiet night with one honest response. Your path forward is no different. It begins not with more effort, but with more surrender. It begins not with getting louder, but with becoming still enough to receive what I have already been speaking. My beloved child, peace is often the doorway through which clarity comes. When your heart is frantic, every option looks like danger. But when my peace enters, the path does not always become easier, yet it becomes clearer. You begin to sense what is aligned with my character. You begin to recognize the difference between holy conviction and tormenting accusation. You begin to understand which voice is mine. I am teaching you to hear me. I am teaching you to trust the quiet. I am teaching you to wait in stillness without calling it abandonment. This is not a small lesson. It is the foundation of everything else I want to build in your life. My child, now I need to speak to something you have been carrying alone. Something you have not fully put into words, not even to yourself, because putting it into words would make it more real than you have had the strength to face. But I see it. I have always seen it. You have lived inside a weight that most people around you did not recognize. Not because they were cruel, though some were, but because the heaviest burdens are often the invisible ones. The ones that do not show on the outside. The ones you learn to cover with a steady voice and a managed expression, and the practiced art of seeming fine when you were not fine at all. I watched you do it. Day after day, I watched you walk into rooms carrying more than anyone in those rooms understood. I watched you answer questions about how you were doing with words that were true enough to say, but not true enough to satisfy the deeper question. I watched you smile when your chest was tight. I watched you give when you were already empty. I watched you encourage others during seasons when you were quietly losing your own footing. My child, I am not telling you this to make you feel exposed. I am telling you because I want you to know. Nothing you were carrying was hidden from me. Not the weight of the nights when your thoughts would not quiet. Not the grief you carried for things you could not explain to anyone because you were not sure anyone would understand. Not the loneliness that sat beside you even in rooms full of people. Not the low, persistent ache of a life that felt like it was supposed to be something more than what it had become. I know how many mornings you woke already tired. Not tired from lack of sleep, but tired from the effort of holding everything together. The effort of managing fear, managing disappointment, managing the gap between the life you were living and the life your spirit knew was possible. That kind of tired goes all the way down. It is not fixed by a night of rest or a change of scenery. It is fixed only by what I am bringing to you now. And I want you to know something else. The battles you fought inside yourself, the ones no one saw, the ones that left no visible mark, those were real battles. They cost you something. The courage it took to keep moving when you felt like stopping. The strength it took to trust when trust had been broken. The hope it took to hold on when holding on felt like the least sensible thing you could do. None of that was small. Heaven witnessed it. And heaven does not witness things and forget them. Say, I receive, if you believe heaven has been watching over your life. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. My child, there were moments you came very close to giving up, not in a way that announced itself, but in a quiet, interior way. The slow withdrawal of hope, the gradual dimming of expectation, the almost imperceptible shrinking of what you allowed yourself to believe was possible for your life. You didn't tell anyone, but I felt it. I felt every small retreat, every quiet surrender, every moment your spirit said, perhaps this is all there is for me. And every time you reached that place, I stepped in, not always visibly, not always in a way you could point to and call miraculous. Sometimes it was as small as a breath of calm that came when the panic should have increased. Sometimes it was a word from someone who could not have known what you needed to hear, and yet somehow said it. Sometimes it was a moment of unexpected peace that had no logical explanation given everything that was happening around you. That was me, moving in the hidden places, refusing to let you fall past the point of return. You thought you kept going because of some resilience buried inside you, and you are not wrong. That resilience is real. But it was sustained by something more than your own reserves. I held you when your own strength ran out. I carried parts of your life that you did not know I was carrying. I walked into places in your story that you thought you were walking alone, and I walked them with you. Nothing you endured was watched from a distance. Not one moment of your breaking was observed without my presence beside you. I did not stand apart and simply record your suffering. I was in it with you. And because I was in it with you, it did not destroy you. It bent you in ways that cost you greatly, but it did not break you completely. And that was not luck. That was me. My child, you carried responsibilities that were too heavy for one heart. You carried pain from people who should have known better. You carried guilt over things that were never your fault, and shame over seasons you did not choose. All of it layered itself over your spirit until you could not fully remember what it felt like to move lightly through a day. And still, you kept showing up. Still, you kept trying. Still, you kept giving to others what you were struggling to give to yourself. I saw the courage in that. Not the loud, visible courage that the world celebrates, but the quiet, daily courage of someone who keeps choosing to live with integrity when it would be easier not to. That kind of courage matters to me. It does not go unseen in heaven, even when it goes unseen on earth. I am not done with your story. I have never been done with your story. And what I am preparing to do next in your life will make sense of much that you have been carrying, not because suffering is meant to be romanticized, but because nothing you have walked through has left my hands without being shaped into something that will serve you. The hardest chapters of your life are not the final word. They are the ground that something new is being built upon. My child, I need you to hear what I am about to say, not with the surface of your mind, with the deep place within you that I have been drawing close throughout this moment, because what I am about to declare over your life is not a comfort offered to make the present easier. It is a statement of what heaven has already decided. The season that has been wearing you down is over. Not eventually. Not when circumstances shift. Not when the right doors open or the right people arrive or the right amount of time has passed. Over. The long chapter that drained your strength, confused your direction, and made you question things you should never have had to question. That chapter has reached its appointed end. I am closing it myself. And what I close, nothing and no one on earth or beneath it can reopen. You may ask me, how can you say it is finished when I can still feel the weight of it? And I will answer you with truth. Things end in the unseen before they end in the felt. A season closes in heaven before the soul on earth is caught up to it. Freedom is declared in the spiritual world before it manifests fully in the physical one. You have already stepped out of what was holding you. Your spirit is ahead of your emotions right now. Your emotions are adjusting to a reality that heaven has already sealed. The moment I spoke these words, the grip of that season loosened. The moment I declared the shift, the darkness lost its authority over this chapter of your life. You are catching up to something heaven has already done. My child, no old battle will follow you into what I am opening next. What tried to destroy you in the season behind you has no access to the one I am stepping you into. The fear that chained your thinking, the confusion that clouded your purpose, the heaviness that sat on your chest in the night, none of it has been given permission to cross into your new beginning. I have put a wall between your yesterday and your tomorrow, a wall built not by your effort, but by my word. And my word stands. The relationships that drained you will not enter. The cycles that left you exhausted will not repeat. The voices that lied to you about your worth, your future, your place in this world, those voices have been cut off from you. Not every ending you experienced was a loss. Some of what fell away was removed precisely because it could not have traveled with you where I am taking you. I was clearing the road before you knew the road was changing. There were things you mourned that I removed on purpose. Opportunities that died, doors that shut, paths that closed even when you pushed against them with everything you had. You stood before those closures in grief and in confusion. You asked me why. You asked why the thing you worked toward or prayed for or invested in would not remain. And I am telling you now, those endings were not failures. They were directions. I was not withholding good from you. I was protecting you from what would have kept you from the better thing I had already prepared. My beloved child, a pruned branch does not look blessed. It looks cut. It looks set back. It looks like loss. But pruning is not punishment. It is preparation for a fruit that the unpruned branch could not have carried. You have been pruned, and now you will bear what you could not have borne before. The enemy tried to make you read those endings as rejection. He tried to make you interpret my redirections as evidence that you were not wanted, not worthy, not chosen. He fed you the lie that the closed doors were confirmation of your worst fears about yourself. But not one of those closed doors was rejection from me. Every one of them was protection. I saw what was on the other side that you did not see, and I loved you enough to say no, even when you were asking with everything in you. My child, this is what I need you to carry forward. I am not a God who ignores the details of your life. I am not distant and indifferent to what happens in your days. I am present in the specific moments, in the specific doors, in the specific relationships and seasons and choices that have shaped where you stand today. Nothing was random. Nothing was left to chance. And none of it, not even the most painful part of it, happened outside of my awareness or beyond the reach of my redemption. The old season is finished. Your spirit knows it, even if your mind is still adjusting. Something has already shifted. The ground beneath you is not the same ground it was before this moment began. You are standing right now at the beginning of something new. And the new thing I build in your life will not resemble the ruins of what the old season left behind. It will be built on foundations the old season could not shake, because I am the one laying them. My beloved child, when heaven decides something concerning a life, earth moves to align with that decision. That is not a metaphor. That is how my authority works. I did not create you and then step back from the details. I am actively present in the story of your life, and I am active in this moment. I am declaring an end to what has been holding you, and I am declaring a beginning to what I have been preparing for you. You walked through a long night, but the night has an end. The morning I am releasing into your life is not the fragile kind that fades when the next difficulty arrives. It is a morning that changes the quality of everything that follows. It is a morning built on the truth of what I have declared over you, and that truth does not change with the weather of circumstances. Walk forward from this moment differently. Walk forward knowing that the chapter behind you has been closed by my hand. Walk forward knowing that what you are stepping into was not assembled in a hurry. I have been preparing this for longer than you have been waiting for it. And it is ready, and you are ready, even if readiness does not feel the way you thought it would. My child, I want to lift something for you now, something that will change the way you understand the battles you have walked through, because you have been carrying a story about those battles that is not fully true. And a false story about your suffering shapes how you see yourself, how you see the future, and how much you allow yourself to hope. The truth is this: you were not attacked because you were weak. You were attacked because you carry something that darkness feared. Let that settle for a moment. The pressure that came against your mind, the thoughts that told you that you were not enough, that tried to convince you to quit, that planted fear in places where I had planted purpose. That was not random. The waves of confusion that rose at the exact moments you were beginning to make progress. The sudden storms that broke out right when something good was forming in your life. Those were not coincidences. The timing of your hardest seasons was deliberate, and the deliberateness was not from me. It was from the one who saw what I placed in you and wanted to stop it before it could rise. The enemy is not stupid, my child. He does not waste energy on lives that have no impact. He does not fight what poses no threat. He targets what carries real potential and real light. And he targeted you. He saw the calling on your life before you fully understood it. He saw the person you were becoming through the refining of those difficult seasons. He saw the strength that was forming in you. He saw the wisdom that was developing in the places that hurt the most. He saw the compassion that was growing because you had walked through your own darkness and survived it. And all of that frightened him, because someone with your story, who has been through what you have been through, and still believes, still reaches for hope, still refuses to become hard, that person carries a dangerous kind of light. You thought you were barely surviving those seasons. You thought you were failing because the weight never seemed to lift fast enough, because the answers did not come when you asked for them, because the battles went on longer than you thought you could endure. But I tell you now, you were not failing. You were overcoming. And the enemy fought you hardest in those moments because he knew how close you were to breaking through to the place he never wanted you to reach. My child, in your most difficult seasons, heaven was fighting for you in ways you could not see. When fear pressed against your mind in the night, something held the line. When hopelessness tried to take root in your spirit, something in you remained that would not let it fully settle. When the darkness tried to convince you that your story was over, something kept you reaching. That was not only your will, that was my hand. Angels moved on your behalf. Paths of destruction were blocked before they reached you. Moments that were aimed at your breaking were redirected. You walked through some seasons without knowing how many things were being held back from you that were meant to do far more damage. You did not fall because heaven refused to let you fall. You thought it was your own endurance, and your endurance was real. But beneath it, sustaining it, was my protection. You were covered in seasons you did not know you were covered. Declare, I am chosen, if this truth is reaching a place in you that needed it. My beloved child, the attacks came against your mind. Thoughts that questioned your identity, your worth, your right to hope. The enemy knows that a person who does not know who they are is a person who cannot fully walk in what they were created for. So he aimed at the root. He aimed at your sense of self. He tried to make you forget who you are by burying the truth of it under enough pain, enough disappointment, enough silence, that the truth became hard to feel, even if you still believed it. But identity is not determined by how clearly you can feel it. Your identity was set by me, and what I set does not dissolve, because life became difficult. You are still who I said you are. Every season of confusion, every chapter of pain, every voice that tried to name you by your losses and your failures, none of it changed the name I placed on you. You are mine. That has not shifted, not 1 degree. The attacks also came against your relationships. People who should have been safe became sources of wounding. Trust was broken in places where trust should have been protected. Community failed you in moments when community was most needed, and I know how much that cost you. I know how the wounds from people who were supposed to love you well go deeper than wounds from strangers. I know how they change the way you approach trust after the fact. But hear me on this. I have not left your relational life in ruins. The relationships that were removed from you, whether by betrayal or simply by the natural ending of seasons, Those removals were not the final word on what is possible for you in love and in friendship and in belonging. I am building something new in that area of your life too. What I am bringing to you will not replicate the pain of what you lost. It will be built on different ground, steadier ground, ground I have prepared. Every attack that came against you missed its ultimate target. You are still here. You are still standing. You are still believing. And the life I have called you toward is not only still possible, it is now more possible because of what you have walked through and survived. My child, I want to take you somewhere now, into a place most people resist going because it requires looking at your story differently than pain has trained you to look at it. I want to show you the underside of the things you thought were losses. I want to show you what my hand was doing in the seasons that felt like silence. You have prayed prayers that were not answered the way you asked. You know this. There were specific requests, specific pleas, specific moments when you laid something before me and waited, and the answer that came back was not the one you needed it to be. And you interpreted those moments as evidence of one thing, that I was not listening, or that I was listening but did not care enough to act, or that something in you made you unworthy of the answer you were asking for. All of those interpretations were wrong. I want to correct them now. When I did not answer a prayer the way you asked, it was not because I was absent. It was because I was active, but in a different direction than the one you were pointing. My silence was not indifference. My silence was strategy. My no was not rejection. My no was protection. There were relationships you wanted to keep that I allowed to end. You prayed for them to be restored. You believed with real faith that things could change. And they did not change, not in the way you prayed. And you grieved that. You may still grieve it. But my child, if you could have seen what I saw, you would have wept with relief that those things ended. You were asking me to preserve something that would have cost you more than you could afford to spend. You were asking from the place of what you knew. I was deciding from the place of what I saw. And what I saw required a no. Those closed doors were not evidence of my distance. They were evidence of my nearness. I was close enough to your story to see what you could not see. I was active enough in your life to move things before they could reach you. The loss you felt was real. The pain of it was real. But the loss itself was a rescue, even when it did not feel like one. My beloved child, there were opportunities you tried to force into existence that would have led you down a path that narrowed rather than widened. You would have given years to something that would have ended in exhaustion and emptiness. You would have invested deeply in a direction that was not aligned with what I had placed in you. You would have settled, not because you lacked ambition, but because you did not yet know how to trust what I was doing in the delay. So, I closed those doors. Not to frustrate you, to free you from a smaller version of your life. And the delays, the seasons when forward motion seemed impossible, when you could not understand why things that should have moved were standing still. Those delays were not negligence on my part. I was working on layers you could not see. I was shifting people. I was moving timing into place. I was preparing you in ways that required more than you thought you needed. I was aligning the destination with the person you were still becoming. You could not step into what I had prepared until you had become what that place required. The delay was never about what you lacked. It was about what was still being completed in you and around you. My child, the unanswered prayers were not unanswered. They were answered differently. They were answered with a wisdom that will only become fully clear to you from a distance. There will come a moment, and some of you have already had glimpses of it, when you look back and understand why certain things did not go the way you planned. When you see how the no that broke your heart at the time was actually the hinge on which your story turned. When you recognize that the path you were trying to force would have taken you away from the life I was bringing you toward. I was not withholding from you when I redirected you. I was preparing you. I was not silent because I did not care. I was silent in the way a surgeon is silent, focused, intentional, working on what needs to be done rather than narrating every step. My silence in those seasons was active, not passive. I was present. I was working. I was fighting for your future in rooms you did not even know existed. My beloved child, every single thing in your story, the answered prayers and the redirected ones, the open doors and the closed ones, the seasons of abundance and the seasons of waiting, all of it has been within my sight. All of it has been held in my hands. Nothing fell through a gap. Nothing was lost to chance. Nothing in your life was left outside the reach of my purpose. So let the grief you carried over the closed doors begin to release. Let the anger you felt toward the endings that seemed cruel begin to soften into trust. Not because what happened was not painful. It was. But because the one who allowed it was not distant and careless. The one who allowed it was present and purposeful. And the purpose was always your good, always your protection, always the fuller life I have been building toward you. You are not a person who has been abandoned and redirected carelessly. You are a person who has been led, carefully, intentionally, with a love that did not flinch even when it had to say no to what you were asking for, in order to say yes to what I had already prepared. My child, this is where it all turns. This is the moment where what was behind you stops defining what is ahead of you. This is the crossing point, not a future one, not one that requires more time or more proving or more waiting. But this one, right here, in the breath you are drawing right now as these words settle into you, I am restoring you, not to the version of yourself that existed before the hard seasons. That person did not yet carry the depth you carry now. I am restoring you to the fullness of what I always intended you to be. The clarity you lost, I am giving it back. The confidence that was eroded by years of fighting battles you did not ask for, I am rebuilding it on ground that will not shift. The peace that was taken from you piece by piece, through disappointment and loss and the slow wearing down of hope, I am returning it, not in small amounts, but in a measure that matches what you surrendered. Joy is coming to you. And I do not mean a surface brightness that disappears when life applies pressure. I mean a deep-rooted joy that coexists with the hard things without being canceled by them. The kind that was in the psalm writer when he said, "You have turned my mourning into dancing." That kind. A joy that has passed through the fire and emerged something that fire cannot touch. Rest is coming to you. Not just the physical rest of a body that has been running too long, but the soul rest that comes when you finally stop carrying what was never yours to carry. When you set down the weight of outcomes you cannot control, the approval of people who were never meant to define you, the pressure of a timeline that was never in your hands to manage. When you let those things go, and I am helping you let them go, a rest enters your life that is entirely different from sleep. It is the rest of a soul that has found its ground again. Your sense of who you are is coming back to you. The long seasons of questioning your worth, your purpose, your place in this world. Those seasons are behind you now. What I say about you is not canceled by what those seasons said about you. You are not defined by the moments when you were most confused, most afraid, most alone. You are defined by the word I placed over you before the storm, and that word has not changed. The ones you love, those you carry in prayer, the people whose names live in the deepest places of your heart, I see them too. What I am doing in you is not sealed off from them. The peace that enters your life has a way of moving outward. The restoration that begins in one heart rarely stays contained to that one heart. What I give you will travel. It will reach them in ways neither you nor they will fully understand. Trust me with them the way you are learning to trust me with yourself. My beloved child, the life I am opening in front of you is not a replica of what you lost. It is not a patched-together version of your old hopes rearranged to feel new. It is something I have been constructing since long before you reached the end of your own strength and had to stop trying to build it yourself. I know exactly what this life is meant to hold. I know exactly who it is meant to reach. I know exactly what your spirit is built to carry and what will bring you alive in a way that no amount of striving ever could. You do not have to engineer it. You do not have to force it into existence. You do not have to figure out every step before you take the first one. You only have to walk with me, close enough to hear me, open enough to follow when I lead, trusting enough to rest in the steps you cannot yet see. That is all. That has always been all. My child, you have endured a long night. But here is what I need you to know as you step forward from this moment. You did not survive those seasons merely to return to ordinary living. You survived them to step into something your spirit has always known was possible. The ache you felt for more than what you had been living, that ache was not restlessness. That ache was accurate. It was pointing toward the life I was keeping for you while the storm was doing what storms do. The storm is finished. The life is here. And so am I, right beside you as you take the first steps into it. My child, you may feel the unfamiliarity of a life no longer defined by struggle. Peace can feel strange to a soul that has lived so long inside difficulty. Let that strangeness settle. This is what it feels like when the weight finally lifts. You do not have to earn your way into what I am giving you. Simply open your hands and receive. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you are stepping forward into the new season I have opened for you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, hear me now, because I will not soften what must be said. Something is coming tonight, and it will shake a part of your life you thought was settled. This is not a passing word. This is urgent, and it is meant for you alone. I have called to you again and again. You felt it in the quiet moments that pull inside your chest, and you pushed it away. You told yourself it was nothing. You filled the silence with noise so you would not have to answer me. But I do not stop speaking simply because you stopped listening. Understand why my voice carries this weight tonight. It is not anger. I am not speaking against you. I am speaking for you. Time is tightening around a matter in your life, and I refuse to let you walk into it blind. What unfolds in the coming hours will either become a blessing or a burden, and the difference lies in how you receive what I am telling you now. You have felt a strange heaviness lately. You could not name it, but it followed you through your days and pressed on you at night. Hear me. That heaviness is not fear. It is awareness. It is my hand preparing your heart for what you could not yet see. I see what forms behind the walls of your life, and I am calling you before it arrives. There are movements around you that you have not noticed, decisions being made where you cannot hear them, intentions taking shape in hearts you cannot fully see into. I know every one of them. Nothing that happens tonight will happen outside my sight, and nothing will catch me by surprise, even if it catches you. So slow down. Set aside what occupied you and listen with your whole heart. This is not a small warning tucked into an ordinary hour. What is coming carries weight, and it will bring hidden things into the light. Some of what is revealed will bring you relief. Some of it will sit uncomfortably in your spirit. All of it is necessary. I am not trying to frighten you. I am trying to wake you. There is a difference between fear and awakening, and you must learn it tonight. Fear scatters you. Awakening gathers you. Fear makes you run from the truth. Awakening lets you stand inside it without breaking. You have been asking for change. Perhaps you never said it aloud, but I heard it all the same. It lived in the way you sighed when no one was near. It lived in the restlessness you could not explain, the sense that your life had drifted from its course. You wanted something to move. You wanted something to finally break open in your favor. Tonight is connected to that desire, but it will not arrive the way you imagined. You pictured change coming gently, like a door swinging open. Sometimes it comes like a stone dropped into still water. Sometimes the path to your breakthrough begins with something that shakes your comfort and forces your eyes open. Do not despise the shaking. It is the beginning of the answer. I have watched you carry burdens in silence. You smiled where it was expected. You said you were fine when you were not. You held yourself together in front of others and came apart quietly when the day was done. I saw all of it. Not one hidden hour escaped me. I know the thoughts that circle you late at night, the questions about direction, the wondering whether your effort matters, the fatigue that sits deeper than sleep can reach. I am not distant from any of this. I have been closer to you in those hours than you dared to believe. That is why I am speaking with such force now. I refuse to let you meet what is coming without understanding what it means. A shepherd does not whisper when the flock drifts toward a cliff in the dark. He raises his voice. My voice is raised tonight because you are precious to me, not because you have failed me. There is a situation near you that has not been fully revealed. It may involve a person. It may involve a decision. It may involve a truth that has been kept from you, deliberately or not. Tonight, something about it comes into the light, and once you see it, you will not be able to unsee it. You may feel surprised. You may feel shocked. Let the feeling pass through you without ruling you. Remember what I am telling you in this hour. Nothing revealed tonight is outside my knowledge. I permitted it to surface now, because now is when you are strong enough to face it. Do not react out of fear when things begin to unfold. Stay calm. Stay rooted. Fear will urge you to act quickly, to speak sharply, to decide in haste. Wisdom will tell you to be still and let the truth finish arriving. Choose stillness. I am with you in it. What feels shocking is not sent to harm you. It is sent to redirect you. It is a turning of the road, not a collapse of the road. If this truth had stayed buried longer, it would have cost you far more than the discomfort of seeing it now. I am sparing you a deeper wound by allowing a smaller one. You have ignored your inner knowing before. You felt the quiet resistance in your spirit and talked yourself out of it. You let others explain away what you sensed. That is why I speak louder now. Tonight, when that knowing rises in you, trust it. I placed it in you for this very hour. Hold this close as the evening deepens. There is a blessing folded inside this moment, even if it does not look like one at first. What shocks you can also free you. What disrupts you can open a door you could never have found on your own. You are being positioned, not punished. Declare your amen out loud if you believe my word is reaching you tonight. Now let me tell you how it will begin. The first sign will seem small, almost easy to miss if you are not paying attention. A conversation that feels slightly off, a word that arrives unexpectedly, a feeling that rises stronger than it should. These are not accidents. They are signals, and I am guiding your attention toward them. Pay attention tonight, not with anxious watching, but with a settled alertness. Notice what is said around you. Notice what is not said. Notice your own reactions, because even they will teach you something. Everything that happens in these hours carries meaning, and each piece is pointing you toward a new direction. There is someone connected to your life whose intentions have not been clear. You may have trusted them fully, or you may have felt a quiet unease and chosen to set it aside because looking closer felt too costly. Tonight, something about that connection comes into focus, and when it does, you will see them as they are, not as you hoped they were. Do not be afraid of this. Clarity about a person is not cruelty, it is protection. I am not showing you this to break your heart. I am showing you so that your trust can finally rest where it is deserved and be withdrawn from where it is not. I know that part of you resists this. You have grown comfortable with certain people and certain arrangements, even the ones that quietly drained you. Comfort can be a kind master and a worse jailer. It keeps you in rooms you were meant to leave. What feels shocking tonight is the sound of a lock opening, not a door slamming. I am removing what does not belong in your future. Hear that plainly. Not everything near you is meant to travel with you. Some things were given for a season to teach you, to sharpen you, to reveal you to yourself. When their purpose is finished, I let them fall away. Do not stitch back together what I am unfastening. And there is something else stirring, not around you, but within you. You have held back your voice for a long time. You swallowed your truth to keep the peace. You made yourself smaller so others would stay comfortable. Tonight will stir the part of you that refuses to stay silent any longer. That inner shift matters as much as anything happening outside you. A hidden truth revealed in the world means little if the truth inside you stays buried. Both are rising tonight. Let them rise together. When things begin to unfold, expect your emotions to arrive all at once. Confusion and relief. Fear and a strange, unexplainable peace. This mixture is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is what truth feels like when it first lands. Truth shakes the ground before it steadies it. Do not run from these feelings. Do not pour them into distraction or bury them under busyness. Let them move through you like weather. They are guiding you toward a deeper understanding of your path, and they will settle sooner than you think. Remember this as the night continues. You are not being punished. You are not being abandoned. I know how quickly your mind reaches for those explanations when life shakes. Put them down. What is happening is a process, and the process is drawing you closer to where you are meant to stand. Even the parts that feel uncomfortable are working for your good. I do not waste discomfort. I do not spend your pain cheaply. If I allow a night like this, it is because what it produces in you outweighs what it costs you. There is a pattern in your life that breaks tonight. You have lived inside it so long that you stopped seeing it. It wears different faces, this pattern. Sometimes it looks like the same kind of person arriving with a different name. Sometimes it is the same disappointment wearing new clothes. The shape repeats, and each time it repeats, it holds you a little longer. Tonight you will see the pattern clearly for the first time, and once you see it, you cannot unsee it. That is how change truly begins. Not with effort first, but with sight. A man cannot leave a maze he does not know he is standing in. You have asked me for answers in your lost moments. You wondered why certain doors kept closing no matter how hard you pushed. Why certain feelings would not leave no matter how you reasoned with them. Why the same ending kept finding you. Tonight is connected to those questions. What is revealed will begin to answer them. The understanding will not come all at once. I rarely hand you the whole answer in a single hour, because you were not built to carry it that way. It will form gradually, the way light fills a room at dawn. But it will form, and you will know it is from me. I am asking you to trust me through the parts that do not yet make sense. Trust is not the same as having answers. Trust is believing that I see what you cannot, and that I love you enough to act on what I see. Hold that trust tonight, and you will find steadiness in hours that would once have undone you. There is also an opportunity hidden inside this moment. It will not look obvious at first, but whenever something false is removed, space opens for something true to enter. Whenever a hidden thing is revealed, ground is cleared for building. The new thing meant for you is already moving toward you. The old had to be cleared first. You have been stronger than you realize. You have faced things that could have broken you, and here you stand, still listening for my voice. That same strength will carry you through whatever unfolds tonight. You will not fall apart. I will not allow it. As the hours pass, guard your thoughts. Fear will try to distort what you see, stretching shadows into monsters. Refuse it. Stand on what is real. I am with you. I am ahead of you, and nothing tonight escapes my hand. If this word is reaching your spirit, say, I believe, and let heaven hear it. Something else is happening beneath the surface of this night. A release has begun in your life. Something you have gripped for too long is losing its hold on you. It may be a thought you kept rehearsing, a belief about yourself that was never true, a connection that stopped feeding you long ago. Tonight, that release becomes visible. Do not resist what needs to leave, even when it feels familiar. Familiarity is not the same as belonging. Your hands were made to hold what I am giving, not to clutch what I am taking. When you release what is no longer meant for you, you make room for what is. Empty hands are not a loss. They are readiness. There is a truth about your own life that you have sensed but never fully accepted. You have circled it for months, maybe years, glancing at it and looking away. Tonight brings it close enough that looking away stops working. This is not to overwhelm you. It is to end the exhaustion of pretending. Once you accept what is real, a clarity you have been missing will settle over you like morning air. You are also approaching a moment of choice. It will not look dramatic when it arrives. It may come dressed as a small decision, a single word spoken or withheld, a step taken or refused. But it carries weight far beyond its size. Your response in that moment will shape what follows for a long time. Choose from calm, not from fear. Let your inner knowing lead because I am in it. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what follows the altar. Abraham climbed a mountain with everything he loved and came down with more than he carried up. The widow of Zarephath gave her last handful of flour to a hungry prophet, and her jar did not run dry through the whole famine. This is how my kingdom has always worked. The open hand is filled. The clenched fist stays empty, holding only what it already had. You have been conditioned to doubt yourself, especially when the ground feels uncertain. Voices from your past taught you to hesitate, to ask permission, to wait for someone wiser to confirm what you already knew. Tonight, I'm calling you past that doubt. The clarity you need will not come from outside voices. It rises from the place in you where my guidance lives, quietly waiting for you to listen. There may come an hour tonight when you feel tested. Everything in you will want to fall back into the old way, the old reaction, the old silence. That hour matters more than you know. It is not there to defeat you. It is there to show you how much you have changed. When you choose differently, even once, a cycle that has followed you for years loses its grip. I saw the effort it took to hold yourself together in seasons no one else understood. I saw the battles you fought without witnesses, the mornings you rose when rising felt impossible. None of that was invisible to me, and none of it was wasted. It built something in you plank by plank that tonight will begin to prove. Your perspective is already shifting. Can you feel it? Things that confused you are starting to arrange themselves into sense. This is not because the facts changed. It is because you are seeing from higher ground now. From the valley, a road looks like chaos. From the hilltop, you can see where every bend was leading. There is a renewal forming around you even while something else is ending. This is my way. I do not tear down without building. The same night that closes one door is already laying the threshold of another. Endings and beginnings are not enemies. They are two hands doing one work. You are not meant to stay where you have been. I say it again so it settles into your bones. You are not meant to stay there. There is more ahead, more growth, more peace, more purpose than the narrow room you have been living in. Tonight is a step toward it, even if the step feels unsteady. Stay inside the present moment as things unfold. Do not sprint ahead into imagined tomorrows, and do not circle back into old regrets. What is in front of you is enough. Respond to it with awareness, one thing at a time, and you will stay aligned with the path I am walking you down. And remember this above everything else that happens tonight. You are not alone. Not in the revelation, not in the choice, not in the release. I am with you in every moment of it, nearer than your own breathing. My presence does not flicker when circumstances shake. Tonight is not something to fear. It is something to understand. What feels shocking is only a hidden thing stepping into the light, and hidden things lose their power the moment light touches them. They can no longer confuse you, steer you, or quietly rule you. That is what clarity does. It does not just inform you, it frees you. You are being prepared for something larger than this night. Every experience you have walked through is part of that preparation, including the ones that made no sense at the time. Tonight belongs to that work. It is bringing you closer to the place I have been leading you toward all along, one revelation at a time. Let me speak now about what is rising in you, because the night's work is not only about what falls away. There is a strength in you that has been waiting below the surface, quiet and patient, like a root under winter ground. You did not notice it because your eyes were fixed on your struggles, but the struggles themselves were feeding it. Tonight, it breaks the surface. You will feel it first in how you respond. Something that would once have flattened you will land differently. You will hear hard words without crumbling. You will meet uncertainty without unraveling. Do not rush past this. Stop and recognize it, because it is evidence. You are not who you were. Your emotions will surface tonight as well, and I want you ready for them. Feelings you pressed down for months are coming up for air. Grief you never gave room to. Anger you judged yourself for carrying. Longing you were ashamed to admit. They rise not to drown you, but to leave you. What is felt fully can finally be released. You believed you had to carry everything alone. You wore that belief like a coat you never took off. Someone taught it to you long ago, that asking for help was weakness, that your weight was yours only. It was never true. I have been beside you under every load, waiting for you to hand me my share. Tonight, hand it over, not with a grand gesture, just a quiet inward letting go, the kind no one else sees. Say within yourself, this is too heavy, and it was never mine to carry alone. That small surrender will do more for you than a year of striving. There is also a matter of your worth that must be settled tonight. You have priced yourself too low for too long. You accepted treatment you should have refused. You gave your best to people who offered their least. You called it patience, or loyalty, or love. Some of it was, but some of it was simply forgetting whose child you are. I formed you with intention. I do not make filler. I do not create placeholders. When you shrink yourself to fit spaces that were always too small, you are not being humble. You are contradicting your maker. Tonight, that contradiction ends. Watch how this settles into your voice. You will notice yourself speaking with fewer apologies wrapped around your words. Saying what is true without dressing it in softness, it does not need. This is not harshness. It is honesty finally standing upright. The people who love the smaller version of you may flinch. The ones who love you truly will rejoice. Fear deserves a word of its own tonight, because fear has governed more of your life than you like to admit. It sat in the council of your decisions. It edited your words before you spoke them. It talked you out of doors I had opened and talked you into staying in rooms I had finished with. Fear has been a false shepherd, and you followed its voice because it sounded like wisdom. Hear the difference now. My wisdom says wait, but it never says hide. My wisdom says be careful, but it never says be small. When a voice tells you that safety lies in shrinking, in silence, in staying where you are, slowly fading, that voice is not mine. Test every voice against this, and fear will lose its disguise. Tonight, fear loses more than its disguise. It loses its throne, not because it will stop speaking. It may whisper for years yet, but because you will stop obeying. There is a difference between hearing fear and following it. From this night, you hear it the way you hear rain on a roof, present, but not in charge. Uncertainty may still visit you in the hours ahead. That is natural. You are entering ground you have not walked before, and new ground always feels unsteady at first. But uncertainty does not mean you are lost. A sailor in open water is not lost simply because he cannot see the shore. He has his star. You have me. I want you to notice too what happens in your body as this night does its work. The tightness you have carried in your chest, the bracing you did without realizing, the way you slept with your fists closed. Some of that begins to loosen tonight. Peace is not only an idea, it settles into muscle and bone. Let it. There is a peace coming that will puzzle you, because it will arrive in the middle of everything rather than after it. You expected peace to come when problems ended. Instead, it will come while they still stand. Quiet and unreasonable and real. That is how you will know it is from me. The world's peace waits for calm weather. Mine walks on the water. You have been asking for clarity without using the word. Every time you said, "I just need to know." Every time you turned a question over at midnight, you were asking. Tonight is my answer beginning. Not the whole answer. The first light of it. Receive it without demanding the rest at once. And there is something in you that is ready to move, even while another part of you reaches for the brakes. Learn to tell those two voices apart. The readiness is your strength speaking, the deep knowing I planted in you. The hesitation is old habit. When you feel that forward pull tonight, do not argue with it. It is not recklessness. It is the door standing open. You were not built for the shore you have been clinging to. There is deeper water with your name on it. More growth than you have yet touched. More peace than you have yet tasted. More purpose than you have dared to want out loud. Every realization this night gives you is a plank in the bridge toward it. So stay present. Do not manage what I am doing. Do not grip the outcome. Let each hour reveal what it carries, and answer only what is actually in front of you. That is how you walk with me through a night like this, one honest step at a time. Now I want to speak with you about time, because your quarrel with me has mostly been a quarrel about timing. You believed in my power. What you doubted was my calendar. You watched others receive what you had prayed longer for, and you wondered if your requests had been set aside in some forgotten corner of heaven. Nothing of yours was set aside. Hear this clearly. But my timing does not answer to your urgency, and there is mercy in that, though it has not felt like mercy. Fruit forced ripe is bitter. Bread pulled early from the fire is raw at the center. Some of what you asked for, had it come when you demanded it, would have arrived before you could hold it without being harmed by it. Consider the field a farmer lets lie fallow. To an impatient eye it looks abandoned, a waste of good ground. But beneath the surface the soil is mending, gathering back what years of harvest drew out of it. Your quiet seasons were not abandonment. The ground of your life was being made able to sustain what is coming, so that the next harvest does not exhaust you. Consider the river. It does not travel in straight lines, and from the bank its bends look like wandering. But the river is not lost. It is finding the one course the land will allow, moving around stone it cannot break, cutting slowly through what it can. Your path has bent the same way. What you called detours were the water finding its course. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. Between the dream and the throne stretched years that looked like a mistake. Yet the road that seemed to lead away from the promise was the only road that led into it. Pharaoh's palace could not be reached from his father's favorite sun tent. It could only be reached through Egypt. You have had your Egypt. It was a road, not a verdict. So when tonight's shaking tempts you to say, "I am too late," remember Lazarus. His sisters kept the count of days, and by their count, hope had expired. I stood at that tomb on the fourth day, not the first, because I wanted them to know there's no such thing as too late where I am standing. The stone rolls away when I say it rolls away. What men call finished, I call waiting. What they seal and walk away from, I visit at the appointed hour. Keep that close whenever your circumstances try to hand you a verdict I never signed. Trust the process even where you cannot trace it. A weaver's work seen from underneath looks like knots and crossed threads without reason. The pattern only shows from above. You have been looking at your life from underneath. I see it from above. And I tell you, the threads are not tangled. They are placed. In the days after tonight, you will begin to notice small openings, an unexpected kindness, a door left ajar that was always locked before, a thought that arrives with unusual weight and will not leave. Do not dismiss these as coincidence. They are stepping stones, set down one at a time, and each one bears your next portion of the path. Step on them as they come. Do not stand still demanding to see the whole crossing before you lift your foot. I light the step you are on and the one after it. That has always been my way. Enough light for obedience. Not so much that you no longer need me. You will also find that waiting itself changes for you now. There is a kind of waiting that gnaws, and a kind that rests. The first watches the road with clenched teeth. The second sets the table because it knows the guest is coming. From tonight, I am moving you from the first kind into the second. Same road, different heart. Others may not understand your calm. They will look at your circumstances, then at your face, and find the two do not match. Let them wonder. You are not required to explain a peace you did not manufacture. Some things are understood only by those who have stood in their own long night and heard my voice inside it. And do not envy another person's season. The tree that blossoms first is not the greatest tree in the orchard. Each one answers to its own appointed month. When you measure your progress against someone else's spring, you slander your own winter, and your winter has been doing faithful work. There is a harvest ahead of you, and I want you to be ready for how it arrives. Harvests rarely announce themselves. They begin with one ripe thing where yesterday there was none, then another. Then suddenly the field is heavy, and the question is no longer whether there is fruit, but whether your arms can carry it. Prepare your arms. Stretch your expectation wider than your circumstances. But understand what readiness means. It does not mean perfection. It means position. Be found where I told you to stand, doing what I gave you to do, with your heart soft toward me. The rain falls on the positioned field. It cannot fill barns that were built in some other country of wishing. Tonight is part of the positioning. That is why the shaking was allowed. Some things had to fall from your hands so they would be empty at the right moment. Some sight had to be restored so you would recognize the opening when it appeared. Everything converges. Nothing about this night stands apart from the whole. So keep walking, even in the dark stretch. The dark stretch is still road. It does not stop being road because you cannot see its edges. Feel for my hand and take the next step, and let the step after that wait its turn. This is how deserts are crossed. Not in one heroic day, but step upon step, with manna enough for each morning. State, I trust out loud if you believe my timing over your own. Now let me show you who you are becoming, because tonight is not only an ending, it is an unveiling. The person who wakes tomorrow will carry the same name and the same face, but something in the foundation will have shifted. You are crossing from one way of being into another, and I want you to recognize the crossing while it happens. The first mark of this new season is a quiet confidence. Not the loud kind that performs for a room, the kind that sits still in you like ballast in a ship, unseen but steadying everything. It will not need applause to survive. It will not collapse when someone doubts you. It is rooted in what you know, not in what others confirm. You will notice it in small ways at first. You will make a decision without polling 5 people for permission. You will let a criticism pass through you without building a house for it. You will hear no and remain whole. These small moments are not small. They are the new foundation bearing weight. Your priorities are already rearranging themselves. Things that once consumed your attention are quietly losing their flavor. Conversations you used to chase now feel like eating air. Places that once drew you now leave you restless to go home. Do not mourn this. Nothing is wrong with you. The appetite changes when the person changes. What is fading makes room for what is arriving. You will find yourself hungry for depth where you once settled for noise. Hungry for what is real where you once accepted what was convenient. Hungry for my presence in ways that surprise you. Feed that hunger. It is the truest compass you own. There is a purpose taking shape in you, and I want to speak carefully about it. You have asked what you are here for, sometimes with words, sometimes with a long stare at the ceiling. The answer has been forming in you all along, built from everything you have lived. Nothing you endured stands outside of it. The compassion in you was carved by the hours no one comforted you. You know how to sit with the brokenhearted because you know which words help and which words wound. That knowledge was purchased at a price, and it was not purchased for nothing. There are people ahead of you whom only your particular scars can reach. Do not ask me for the whole blueprint tonight. Purpose is not handed over like a map unrolled all at once. It is revealed the way a road reveals itself to the one walking it. What I will give you is the next assignment, the next person, the next act of obedience. Walk in what you have, and more will meet you on the way. You will also stand differently among people now. Some will sense the change before you name it. A steadiness in your presence, a refusal to be rushed, an absence of the old anxious edge. They may not have language for it, but they will feel it, because alignment carries its own quiet authority. Not everyone will celebrate this. Understand that now, so it does not wound you later. Some people had arranged their comfort around your smallness. Your silence made room for their voice. Your bending made their rigidity workable. When you stand upright, arrangements like that come under strain. Let them. You are not responsible for the comfort others built on your compromise. But watch too for the ones who draw nearer. There are people appointed to this next season of your life. Some you have already met, and some still on their way. They will recognize what you carry, and you will recognize them by a certain rest you feel in their company. Iron meeting iron, without injury. Give those connections your best attention. You are also done from tonight with begging for reassurance. That constant checking, that need to be told again and again that you are enough, that it will be all right, that you have not been forgotten. It came from an old wound, and the wound is closing. In its place grows a settled knowing that does not need hourly confirmation. This does not mean you will never wobble. It means the wobble will no longer become a collapse. You will feel doubt brush past you and remain standing. That is not pride. That is what a healed thing feels like. Healed bones do not need the crutch, though the memory of limping lingers a while. Acceptance is doing its quiet work in you as well. You are making peace with what was, not because it was good, but because arguing with the past was costing you the present. Some questions from your history will never receive their answers on this side of eternity. You are learning to leave them at my feet and live anyway. That is not defeat. That is wisdom with the dust of the road on its shoes. And closure is coming to things that hung unfinished. Some of it arrives tonight in what is revealed. Some of it arrives simply because you stop reopening what I have sealed. Not every ending needs a ceremony. Some doors close without a sound, and the proof they are closed is the peace you feel walking away from them. Guard this new self in the days ahead, because old patterns will send for you. The old cravings for approval, the old reflex to shrink, the old habit of carrying what was never yours. They will knock, wearing familiar faces. You are not obligated to answer. Recognition is your defense. You cannot be quietly pulled into what you clearly see. I am telling you all of this before it fully unfolds, so that when it comes, you will know it was not chance. You will remember that I named it in advance, on this night, in this word spoken over you, and that memory will anchor you when the changes stretch you. Let it be a stone of remembrance set up on the night everything turned. Now hear my final word for this night, because morning is coming, and I want you ready for it. What happens tonight is not meant to live as a memory you revisit. It is meant to live as ground you build on. Many receive a word and are moved for an evening. Few let the word move them for a lifetime. Be among the few. When the sun rises, the world will look ordinary again. The same rooms, the same obligations, the same faces at the same tables. Do not be deceived by the sameness. You are not returning to your old life. You're walking through your old surroundings as a new person, and that changes everything the surroundings can do to you. There will be a temptation in a day or a week to explain this night away, to call it a mood, a strange evening, a wave of feeling that passed. That temptation is the thief coming for the seed. Guard what was planted in you. Speak of it to yourself when doubt argues. Write nothing off that I have written in. Remember what was revealed and hold it without bitterness. If a person was shown to you as they truly are, thank me for the sight, and do not spend your strength hating them. Bitterness would chain you to the very thing I separated you from. Release them into my hands. My justice needs no help from your resentment, and your future has no room for its weight. Remember also what rose in you, the voice that stood up, the strength that surfaced, the peace that arrived without permission from your circumstances. These are not visitors, they are residents now. When old situations try to summon the old you, let the new residents answer the door. Walk slowly through the coming days, not hesitantly, slowly. There is a difference. Hesitation is fear wearing the mask of caution. Slowness is wisdom refusing to be rushed. Decisions will present themselves, some quickly. Take them to me first. A moment of asking spares a season of untangling, and keep watch over your mouth in this next stretch. What I have shown you tonight is not for every ear. Some revelations are bread for your own table, not seed for every field. Joseph told his dream too widely and gained years of trouble for it. Let your changed life speak first. Words can follow later when the fruit is visible and no argument is needed. You will stumble somewhere ahead. I tell you this not to discourage you, but to disarm the shame before it arrives. A stumble on the new road is not a return to the old one. When it happens, do not lie in the dust, composing speeches about your failure. Take my hand, stand, and continue. My mercies are not annual or monthly. They are new every morning, and they will be new on that morning too. Care for the ones I have placed around you, the ones you love, and the ones you carry in prayer. Some of them are watching your life more closely than you know, reading it like a letter. The steadiness you walk in after this night will preach to them without a single sermon. Your peace will make them thirsty. Your light will make them curious about the flame. But do not appoint yourself the manager of anyone else's awakening. You cannot shake anyone awake. You can only live awake in front of them. Pray for them. Be patient the way I have been patient with you. Remember how many quiet years I called before you turned. Give others the same room, and trust me to work in the hours you cannot see. There is provision arranged for the road ahead of you. I do not send anyone into an assignment without supplies. Manna did not begin until the wilderness required it, and yours will meet you the same way. Exactly when the need becomes real, and not an hour before. Do not measure tomorrow's road against today's supplies. That arithmetic has frightened you long enough. The provider walks with you, and the storehouse travels with the owner. And know this about the ones who wronged you, the ones whose faces still visit your thoughts. I saw everything. Nothing that was done to you in secret is hidden from me. You do not need to carry the ledger any longer. Hand me the accounts. Some debts I will settle in ways you will witness, and some in ways you never will. But not one line has escaped my reading. You are free to live unburdened by the arithmetic of old wounds. What I want most for you in this next season is nearness. Not more religion, not busier service. Nearness. Speak with me in the plain words of your ordinary day. Bring me your questions before they become worries, and your worries before they become storms. The door between us has no lock on my side. It never did. I am with you when the road is obvious and when it is hidden. I am with you in the rooms where you are celebrated and the rooms where you are misunderstood. I am with you in the strength of your morning and the honesty of your midnight. There is no hour you can enter where I have not already arrived. So step into what comes next without dread. The night that frightened you was carrying gifts. The shaking you braced against was setting things in order. You will look back on this evening further down the road and recognize it as a hinge on which your whole direction turned. And you will be glad you did not turn away from my voice when it called. My child, we have walked a long road together to reach this night, and the road ahead is brighter than any stretch behind you. Lift your head, loosen your grip on what is finished, open your hands to what is beginning. The old has served its purpose, and the new is already at the door. Go now toward your rest, and let sleep come without guarding against the dark. Nothing prowls this night that has authority over you. My watch does not end when your eyes close. I will be awake over you until morning, and in the morning I will still be speaking. Listen for me in the light, the way you listened in the dark. Receive my peace now, not as an idea, but as a covering. Let it settle over your mind, your body, your home, and everyone under your roof. What was spoken over you tonight is sealed, and no hand can unseal what I have closed. You are known. You are kept. You are mine. If you are ready to walk into what I have prepared, declare, "Yes, Lord, I am ready," and let that be your first step.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, your response to this moment will shape what happens next. You may feel this is just another voice among many, but deep inside you already sense that something is different here, that these words carry weight. I am speaking to you now because I see what you cannot see, and I know what is moving around you at this very hour. This is my warning to you, and I do not give it lightly. Do not turn away. Do not let your mind wander from what I am about to say, because missing this could mean missing the protection and the direction you have been asking me for. I am not speaking from a distance. I am not speaking through silence. I am speaking with urgency, because time is not standing still for you. There is something forming ahead of you, something that could bring pain if you walk into it unaware. Hear me clearly. I am not here to frighten you. I am here to guard you. And sometimes guarding you means saying hard things plainly. You have been ignoring small signs, quiet nudges, moments that were meant to slow you down. Every time you felt that something was not right, that was me, reaching for you, turning you gently away from what could harm you. But you kept moving. You told yourself it would pass. You told yourself you would deal with it later. I am telling you now, with all the love I hold for you, that later has arrived. Listen closely, because what you come to understand in these next moments can spare you from a regret that would follow you for years. I have been gentle with you before. I have whispered. I have waited. But a father who sees his child walking toward a cliff does not keep whispering. He raises his voice. That is why my voice feels strong right now. I am pressing through every distraction that fights for your attention, because you matter too much for me to stay quiet. You are standing at a turning point, and your next step matters more than you know. The choices you make in moments like this either open doors of peace or lead you into hardship that was never meant for you. I am not asking you to be perfect. I am asking you to be awake. You have been strong for so long, carrying heavy things quietly, telling no one. But true strength also knows when to stop, be still, and receive direction. This is that moment. If these words are reaching your heart, answer me now. Say amen if you believe I am speaking to you. I see the fear you do not speak about. I see the thoughts that circle you at night, the uncertainty that sits in your chest like a stone. You push it away, but it keeps returning, because it is tied to something real that needs your attention. I am not distant from your struggle. I am inside it with you, closer than your own heartbeat, guiding you step by step. You are not alone, even when it feels like no one on earth understands what you carry. What is coming is not meant to destroy you, but it will test you if you walk into it unprepared. That is why I am speaking so clearly now. Awareness is where preparation begins. When you can see what is ahead, you gain the power to respond instead of react. I did not make you weak. I placed strength inside you long ago, and now I am calling you to use it wisely. There are people around you, situations before you, and decisions waiting on you that require careful attention. Not everything that looks good is meant for you. Not every open path is mine. You have felt hesitation before certain choices, and that hesitation was not random. It was my hand on your shoulder, slowing you down, keeping your peace from being stolen. Trust that feeling now more than ever, because it is one of the ways I speak to you. I know you are tired. I know you have been waiting for a breakthrough, waiting for answers, waiting for the confusion to lift. Hear this. Clarity is being handed to you right now, but you must be willing to receive it. Do not rush past this moment looking for something easier or more comfortable. Sometimes the truth feels heavy before it brings relief, but my truth always leads you to safety. You are not being punished. You're not being abandoned. You're being guided, even in this hour when my voice sounds urgent and my words press hard against your heart. I care about what happens to you. I am not willing to stay silent while something this important hangs in the balance. Your life carries a purpose that no one else can carry, and I refuse to watch you stumble without reaching for you one more time. There are patterns around you that have repeated themselves again and again. You have noticed them. Quietly, without telling anyone, you have counted them. And each time something felt wrong, you convinced yourself it was nothing, hoping it would correct itself on its own. My child, I tell you the truth. It will not change unless you respond differently. That is why I am calling you now with more force than before. This time cannot be treated like the other times. You are being given a chance to break what has been quietly building against you. Not many pause long enough to hear this. You did. That is not an accident, and it is not a small thing. You are here because I interrupted your path on purpose, because the next few steps of your life are too important to leave to chance. So stay with me now. Let the noise of the world fall away for these few minutes. Let your heart grow quiet enough to hear what I am about to show you. I will name the danger. I will show you the way through it. And I will remind you of who you are, because you have forgotten your strength in the fog of these last seasons. It never left you. I never left you. Keep listening, for what comes next concerns the very thing you have been praying about in secret. Now let me show you what I have been protecting you from, so you understand why my warning came with such force. There is a pattern that has been forming around your life. It has worn different faces, different situations, different people, different decisions, but the root of it is the same. You have been stepping into things too quickly, trusting too easily, saying yes before your spirit finished speaking. This is not because you are careless. It is because your heart is open and your intentions are good. But not everything around you carries the same goodness, and that is where the danger begins. The step you were about to take was tied to that same pattern. It was not just another small choice. It was a doorway, and behind that doorway waited the same pain you have already tasted, wearing new clothing. You would have found yourself asking the question you have asked before. Why does this keep happening to me? Why do things begin so well and end in loss? I am breaking that cycle for you right now. But you must work with me. Do not return to the old way of moving, because that is where the trouble keeps finding its beginning. There is also a voice near you that has not been honest with you. It may come through someone close, or through a situation that looks harmless on the surface, but it carries hidden weight. You have felt moments of doubt about it, moments when something did not sit right in your spirit. You pushed those feelings aside because you did not want to seem difficult, because you wanted to keep the peace. I am telling you now that those feelings were not suspicion. They were warnings. They were mine. You have been trying so hard not to cause trouble, not to ask hard questions, not to disappoint anyone. And in doing so, you have allowed things into your life that should have been stopped at the door. This is where I need you to grow stronger, not in anger, in clarity. You are allowed to step back. You're allowed to say no. You're allowed to wait before agreeing. That does not make you unkind. It makes you wise, and wisdom is armor. Understand this and hold it close. Not every opportunity is a blessing, even when it arrives dressed as one. Some things come wrapped in promise but carry consequences you cannot see until you're already inside them. That is why you must not rush, no matter how urgent something appears. If a thing is truly from me, it will not demand that you silence your inner warning. It will not push you to act before you have peace. I never lead through pressure. I never guide through panic. Anything that stampedes you is not carrying my voice. So test what stands before you. Think of the choice you were about to make, the direction you were leaning toward. When you hold it in your mind, do you feel peace, or do you feel a tightness, a hurry, a quiet dread you keep explaining away? That difference matters more than logic. It matters more than how things appear. It matters more than what others are telling you. Peace is one of the clearest signals I give you. And when peace is absent, something is out of place. I also see the deeper reason you have been rushing. You feel behind. You look at where you thought you would be by now, and the distance between that picture and your life has made you run. But hear me, you are not late. The paths I closed to you were not rejection. They were rescue. Some of the delays you have cursed in the dark were the very things that kept you from ruin. You could not see it then. I am showing you now. There is a fork in the road just ahead of you. One direction looks easier, faster, more comfortable. It promises quick relief, but it carries hidden costs that would unfold slowly. the kind of loss you would not notice until it had already taken root. The other direction feels slower and less certain, but it holds peace that lasts and ground that will not crumble beneath you. You were leaning toward the first path without knowing its weight. That is why I stepped in front of you when I did. And hear this about the loss I am turning you from. It would not have come as one great crash. It would have come quietly, a little at a time. It would have drained your peace, your confidence, your sense of direction, so slowly that you would have adjusted to it. You would have called it normal. You would have woken one day far from where you were meant to stand, unsure of how you drifted there. I intervened before it began because prevention is always kinder than repair. You have rebuilt before. I watched you do it. I saw the effort it demanded, the weight you carried, the long nights it took to find yourself again. I have not forgotten what that cost you, and I am not willing to watch you pay that price again when it can be avoided. This warning exists because I remember, even when you try to forget. So here is what I ask of you now. Slow your steps. Guard your yes. Question what hurries you. Watch the voice that flatters you but leaves your spirit uneasy. And when hesitation rises in your chest before a decision, do not treat it as weakness. Treat it as my hand, holding you back from an edge you cannot see. That hesitation has already saved you more times than you know. You are not powerless in what is coming. You never were. The strength I placed in you has not gone anywhere. It has only been buried under doubt, and I am bringing it back to the surface now, where you can take hold of it. If you trust that my warning comes from love, declare it boldly. Let your amen rise to me now. Now I must speak to you about trust, because trust is the ground on which everything else I am telling you will stand or fall. You say you believe me. You say you want my guidance. But belief that lives only in words is a lamp with no oil. Trust becomes real the moment it costs you something, the moment you place what you hold into my hands and leave it there. Abraham did not learn what I could provide until he climbed the mountain. Peter did not learn what water could hold until he left the boat. You have been gripping your life tightly, my child. Your plans, your worries, your provision, all held in a closed fist. And I understand why. Lack has frightened you before. Seasons of little have taught your hands to clutch. But a closed fist cannot receive anything new. Everything I want to place in your life requires an open hand, and an open hand is the oldest language of faith. It says, I believe you are who you say you are. So today I am asking you to show me your trust, not merely to speak it. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Do you remember the widow at the temple? Many gave from their abundance that day, and their coins rang loud against the box. She gave 2 small pieces, almost nothing in the eyes of men. Yet I said she gave more than all of them, because she gave from her trust and not from her surplus. I have never measured an offering by its size. I measure it by what it declares about the heart that releases it. Hers declared that she believed I would hold her tomorrow, and I did. Now let me return to the path in front of you, because there is more you must see. The danger I warned you about was never stronger than you. It only held power while you could not see it. The moment your eyes opened, its grip began to loosen. This is why awareness is among the greatest protections I have given you. A trap that is seen is a trap already half broken. What hides from the light cannot survive in it. And there is something else you must release, something that has been steering you from the shadows. It is the fear of missing out. That fear has made you say yes to things your spirit questioned. It has made you leap because you believe the door would slam shut if you pause to pray. Hear me clearly. What I have set aside for you cannot be lost because you took time to be sure. My blessings do not expire while you seek my face. Only counterfeits demand haste. Let that fear go. It has been leading you in the wrong direction for a long time, whispering that wisdom is delay and delay is loss. The opposite is true. Every time you rushed, you stumbled into seasons that took years to leave. Every time you waited on me, the way opened without you forcing it. Look back honestly and you will see this written across your own story. You are also learning to tell the difference between what feels urgent and what is truly important. The urgent shouts, the important whispers. The urgent demands an answer before nightfall. The important waits for you in the quiet place, patient as morning. I speak in the whisper far more often than in the shout, and those who learn to hear me there are rarely deceived. Elijah did not find me in the wind or the fire. He found me in the still, small voice. There is a reason I am teaching you this now. The next season of your life will bring choices dressed in urgency, voices that press you, moments engineered to make you move before you think. If you do not learn the difference between pressure and leading, you will be pulled from the path again and again. But if you learn it, and you are learning it now, you will walk through crowded rooms of noise and hear only me. I also want you to notice what has been happening within you, even as you listen. The heaviness you carried when you began has started to shift. That is not your imagination. That is what happens when truth enters a heart that is ready. Confusion cannot remain where clarity has been welcomed. Fear cannot keep its seat when faith stands up. You came to this moment burdened, and you will leave it lighter, not because your circumstances changed in these few minutes, but because you did. Hold on to what you are receiving here. Do not let it scatter the moment life grows loud again. The seed that falls on the path is snatched away, but the seed that falls on good soil takes root and multiplies. Be the good soil. Guard what is being planted in you at this hour. Water it with prayer, and return to it when the world tries to convince you it never happened. For I am not finished with you. What I have shown you so far is the danger in the doorway. What comes next is the releasing, the letting go that will empty your hands so I can fill them. This part will ask more of you, but you are ready for it now in a way you were not ready an hour ago. Stay with me and do not fear what I ask you to lay down, for I never ask my children to release anything except to give them something greater. Now we come to the releasing, and I will not pretend this part is easy. There are things in your life that have reached their end, even if you have not accepted it yet. You have held on to them because they were familiar, not because they were right. Familiar can feel like safety, but familiar can also be a cage with the door standing open, and you pacing inside it out of habit. I am asking you to look with honest eyes at what you have been carrying and to ask a simple question. Does this bring me peace? Or do I only keep it because I have carried it so long? You already know some of the answers. There is something specific that came to your mind even as I spoke. Something you have been trying to make work, hoping it would change, hoping it would become what you needed it to be. It has not changed, And deep down, beneath all the excuses you have built around it, you know it is not aligned with where you are meant to go. Holding it is creating the blockage you keep praying for me to remove. My child, sometimes I cannot move the mountain because you are the one holding it in place. Letting go is not failure. Hear that again. Letting go is not failure. It is wisdom choosing what is right over what is comfortable. When you release what I have marked for release, you are not losing. You are obeying. And obedience always makes room for what I have been waiting to give. The grain of wheat must fall to the ground before it can multiply. The old garment must come off before the new one can be worn. This is the order of things in my kingdom, and it has never worked any other way. I know your heart forms attachments deeply. I made that heart, and I love how it loves. But the same devotion that makes you faithful also makes you slow to walk away from what harms you. You have called it loyalty. Sometimes it was. But loyalty to what is broken beyond your power to mend is not loyalty. It is delay. And your life was meant to move, not to circle the same ground year after year, wearing the path smooth with your waiting. Look also at the doors that have closed around you, the ones you grieved, the ones you pounded on long after they were shut. I closed them, not to wound you, but to spare you. You asked me why, and heaven seemed silent, and you wondered if you had been forgotten. You were never forgotten. Some of those doors led to rooms you could not survive unchanged. What you called rejection was redirection. What you called silence was me standing between you and what you could not see behind the door. And new doors are already opening, quietly, without noise or announcement. Opportunities, connections, and moments are being arranged for you even now. But you must be standing in the right place to walk through them. You cannot enter the new while your arms are wrapped around the old. This is why your releasing matters so much. It is not about emptiness. It is about readiness. There is one more thing you must lay down, and this one lives closer to the bone. It is the old version of yourself. You have carried labels that were stamped on you by hard seasons, by unkind voices, by your own harsh judgment of your past. Failure. Foolish. Too late. Not enough. Those names did not come from me. I never once called you by them, and it is time to stop answering when they are called. You are not the person who made those old mistakes. You are the person who survived them and learned. There is a difference, and the difference is everything. When I look at you, I do not see a record of your worst days. I see what I created and what you are becoming. Peter denied me 3 times, and I built my church on him anyway. I did not define him by his weakest night, and I will not define you by yours. So release the guilt you have been paying on a debt I already forgave. You keep returning to it like a collector, demanding payment from yourself again and again. But the account is settled. When I forgive, I do not keep the ledger open. As far as the east is from the west, that is how far I have removed your failures from you. The only one still holding them is you, and today I'm asking you to set them down. Release, too, the people you have outgrown without hatred and without noise. Not every parting needs a war. Some things end simply because their season ends, and you can honor what was good in them while still walking forward. Bless them in your heart and take your step. You are allowed to love someone and still not follow them where they are going. Do not wait until releasing feels easy, because that day will not come. Obedience rarely waits for the feelings to agree. Abraham left his country before he knew the destination. The fishermen left their nets while the nets were still full. If they had waited for the leaving to feel comfortable, they would have died beside the same shore where I first called them. Move while it costs you something. That is when the moving counts, and that is when heaven takes notice. And when the ache of letting go rises, and it will rise, do not read it as a sign you chose wrong. You invested time, hope, and heart, and the ache is simply the weight of that investment leaving your hands. It passes. What does not pass is the peace that comes after, the lightness of walking without chains you had stopped noticing you wore. That first morning of freedom will tell you everything the fear of release tried to hide. For what falls away at my word was never meant to travel further with you. And what remains, what I have chosen for you, no power on earth can strip from your hands. Trust the pruning. The gardener cuts nothing out of cruelty. He cuts so the branch can finally bear the fruit it was made for. You are that branch, my child, and your season of bearing is closer than you think. Now that your hands are opening, I must speak to you about your mind, because the battle you are in is won or lost there first. The danger I warned you about was not only outside of you. Part of it lived within, in the thoughts you allowed to stay, in the feelings you followed without questioning where they came from. Small openings, left unguarded, become wide gates. I stopped you in time to close them. Now I am teaching you how to keep them closed. Begin to guard your mind the way a watchman guards a city at night. Not every thought that knocks deserves entry. Not every feeling that rises deserves a throne. Some thoughts arrive wearing your own voice, yet they were never yours. They are echoes of old wounds, seeds of doubt scattered by hard seasons, fears grown fat on midnight worry. Learn to stand at the gate and ask each one, do you serve peace, or do you serve confusion? What serves confusion, turn away. I am not asking you to empty your mind. I am asking you to renew it. Fill it with what is true, what is noble, what is worthy of the life I am building in you. A field left bare grows weeds without any help, but a field planted with good seed leaves the weeds no room. This is why I keep bringing you back to my words, to prayer, to the quiet place, not as duty, as planting. And here is a secret of strength that few discover, the pause. There is power in the space between what happens to you and how you answer it. You have been quick to react, especially when pressure rises or fear grips you. Those swift reactions have carried you into choices that never reflected your true heart. But when you pause, even for a breath, even for one prayer, you make room for me to speak before you move. That small silence is where wisdom enters. That is where better roads begin. Restraint will not feel like strength at first. The world has taught you that strength is speed, that power is the loudest answer given fastest. But consider, a city with broken walls falls to anyone, and a spirit without restraint is that city. The one who rules his own spirit is mightier than the one who conquers others. Every time you hold your tongue when anger begs to speak, every time you wait a day before answering what demands an hour, you are growing mightier in the way that matters. Speak your faith to me now if it lives in you. Let this be the moment you say Amen and mean it with your whole heart. There is also a habit I want to lift from you, and that is the endless turning of thoughts, around and around, seeking a certainty this life will never supply. You try to understand everything completely before taking a single step, and when you cannot, you freeze. This has cost you moments where simple trust would have carried you through. I am not asking you to abandon wisdom. I am asking you to marry it to trust. Not everything must be solved in your head before it can be lived in your life. Walking with me has always meant moving with a lamp, not a sunrise. My word lights the step in front of you, not the whole road to the horizon. Those who wait to see every mile before they move never move at all. But those who take the lit step find that the next one lights as they go. This is how I have always led my children. Manna for the day, not the year. A cloud by day, a fire by night, and one day's journey at a time. Let me also speak to you about the trust you give to others, because your heart gives it quickly. That is not a flaw, it is a beauty. But beauty needs wisdom beside it. You have handed trust to voices that had not earned it, and you have paid for that more than once. From now on, let trust be built slowly, tested gently, proven over time. Watch what people do when they gain nothing from you. Listen to how they speak of others when those others are absent. The truth of a person is found there. Be wise as a serpent and innocent as a dove. I said this long ago, and it has not aged a day. Keep your kindness, keep your open heart. But post wisdom at its door. You can be generous without being blind. You can love people fully and still decline to hand them the keys to your peace. The two are not enemies. Together they are the mark of a soul that has grown up. And when your thoughts turn against you in the night, when the old accusations return with their familiar weight, answer them with what I have said about you, not with what fear says. You are mine. You are called. You are kept. Say it aloud if you must, into the dark, because spoken truth scatters what silent worry feeds. The enemy of your soul has no new tricks. He repeats the old ones because they worked before. They stop working the day you stop believing them. I see how far your mind has already come. There was a time when a single hard word could hold your whole day hostage, when one closed door could convince you every door was locked. You are not there anymore. You recover faster. You question the darkness now instead of agreeing with it. This is growth of the deepest kind, the kind no one applauds because no one sees it. I see it, and I am telling you it has not been wasted. Keep tending this inner ground, my child, because everything you are about to receive will rest upon it. A renewed mind is not a luxury for the faithful. It is the foundation of the road ahead. Guard it, plant it, and give it rest, and it will carry you where your own strength never could. Let me now speak to you about timing, because so much of your frustration has grown from misreading my clock. You have wanted things to move quickly, to feel better immediately, to see results without delay. When they did not come on your schedule, you concluded that something was wrong, that perhaps I had turned my face away. Nothing was wrong. Fruit picked green is bitter, no matter how hungry the picker. Some of what you have begged me to hurry is still ripening, and I love you too much to hand it to you sour. Timing is not an obstacle to my promises. It is part of them. The seed and the harvest are joined by a season that cannot be skipped, and no farmer stands in his field shouting at the ground to move faster. He plants. He tends. He trusts the order I wrote into the earth itself. Your life obeys that same order. There is a time appointed for what concerns you, and it does not run late. It runs exact. So learn to wait with purpose rather than with frustration. Waiting with purpose means your hands stay busy with what is in front of you, while your heart stays open to what is ahead. It means you build, you serve, you grow, you pray, and you let tomorrow remain mine. The one who trusts does not pace the shore demanding the tide. He readies his nets because he knows the tide has never once failed to come. Now look around you, at your surroundings, at the company you keep, at the conversations you give yourself to. Some of them have been draining you more than you have admitted. You leave certain rooms heavier than you entered them. You end certain conversations feeling smaller, cloudier, further from yourself. That heaviness is information. It is telling you where your peace is leaking, and you must not ignore it any longer. You are allowed to create space from what drains you. This is not rejection, and it is not anger. It is stewardship. Your peace is not endless, and where you spend it decides what you have left for what matters. When you remain too long in places that trouble your spirit, my voice becomes harder for you to hear. Not because I speak more softly, but because the noise around you grows louder. Protect the quiet in which you can find me. Guard it like the treasure it is. There is also an approval you have been seeking that you must stop chasing. You have measured too many choices by how they would look to others, by who might question you, by whose voice would grow cold if you obeyed me instead of them. My child, you cannot follow me fully while glancing sideways for permission. The fear of man is a snare, and you have felt its wire around your ankle more than once. Those who walk with me answer to me, and that answer is enough. You do not owe the watching world an explanation for every step of obedience. Sometimes the strongest choice is made quietly, without defense, without announcement. Let them wonder. Understanding may come to them later, or it may never come, and either way, your path remains your path. Noah built in the open for years while others shook their heads. The rain answered every question they ever asked him. And while you wait and release and grow quiet, know this: things are moving where you cannot see. Arrangements are being made beyond the reach of your eyes. People you have not met are being positioned. Circumstances you could never engineer are being woven together in rooms you have never entered. This is what I do in the silence that my children mistake for absence. When the pieces surface, they will look sudden to everyone but me. What is coming toward you will ask for a steadier version of you, and that steadiness is forming now in these unseen days. Notice the quiet strength that has been rising in you. It is not loud. It does not need to be. It is the strength of knowing when to act and when to be still, when to speak and when to let silence do the speaking. This kind of strength is not given in a moment. It is grown, and yours has been growing. Notice also what no longer moves you. Things that once pulled you have lost their grip. Invitations that once flattered you now pass without a ripple. Certain arguments no longer feel worth entering, and certain prizes no longer look like prizes. Do not mourn this change or mistake it for coldness. You are not losing your fire. You are learning where it belongs. This is what it looks like when a soul comes into alignment. Alignment will bring you what striving never could. It does not shove. It does not beg. It flows, the way a river flows when the stones that dammed it are lifted out. You have felt small tastes of it already, days when everything fit, when the right word came at the right time, when provision met need without panic. Those days were not luck. They were previews. They were what life feels like when you stand where I have placed you. So hold your peace through the remaining quiet, my child. Do not let the stillness before the shift convince you that nothing is coming. The deepest works are always silent ones. Winter looks like death to everyone except the gardener, who knows exactly what April holds. I know what your April holds. I planted it myself, and no frost, no delay, and no doubting voice can keep it in the ground one day past its time. Stand firm then, with your lamp lit and your heart unhurried. What belongs to you is already on its way, moving at the pace of my wisdom rather than your worry. And when it arrives, you will understand why it could not have come one season sooner. And you will thank me for every day I made you wait. And now, my child, we come to the walking forward, because everything I have shown you tonight was never meant to end as a feeling. Feelings fade by morning. What I have given you is meant to become a way of moving through your days, a manner of walking that stays with you long after this voice grows quiet. The urgency you felt at the beginning has done its work. It woke you. But fear was only the trumpet, never the guide. From here you walk by clarity, not by alarm. Understand what has actually happened in this hour. You did not merely hear a warning. You crossed from one way of living into another. You came in reacting, and you are leaving responding. You came in gripping, and you are leaving with open hands. You came in deaf to your own hesitations, and you are leaving with your ear tuned to them. That crossing is real, and no one can carry you back across it unless you agree to go. But hear my honesty as well. This awareness can fade if you do not tend it. Not all at once, little by little. Comfort will return, and comfort is a gentle thief. The noise will rise again, the old routines will reach for you, and one small compromise at a time, the fog can creep back in. Do not let it. What you have gained here was too costly to surrender to carelessness. Keep the watch. Keep the pause. Keep the quiet place where you and I meet. For this is a partnership, and it has always been one. I will guide you, but you must listen. I will warn you, but you must respond. I will open doors, but your feet must cross the threshold. I do not move my children like pieces on a board. I walk beside them, speak within them, and honor the choices I gave them the dignity to make. Tonight you did your part. You stayed. You heard. Now your part continues in the daylight, in the small hours, in the decisions no one will ever see. Let me tell you how I will speak to you in the days ahead, so you do not miss me. I will come as peace that settles when you consider one road and not another. I will come as the check in your spirit before a wrong yes escapes your mouth. I will come through a word that finds you twice in 1 week from 2 different directions. I will come in the still, small voice that waits beneath your noise. None of it will be loud. All of it will be me. And when you stumble, and someday you will, do not turn your stumble into a wall between us. Come to me first, not last. Do not spend a week in shame before you pray. The moment you turn, I have already turned toward you. The Father saw his Son from far off and ran. Remember that it was the Father who ran. That is who I am, and that is who I will always be to you. Your worst day cannot exhaust my mercy, and your slowest season cannot outlast my patience. Carry others gently as you go, those you love, the ones you name in the dark before sleep, the ones whose struggles you carry in prayer. They are watching how you walk even when they say nothing. You cannot make their choices for them, and I am not asking you to. Walk your path with steadiness, and let your life do the speaking. A lamp does not argue with the darkness. It simply burns, and the room changes. Do not look back at the path you almost took. You will be tempted to in quiet moments, wondering what it might have held. Let it go completely. Lot's wife looked back at a burning city as if something there still belonged to her. Nothing there belonged to her, and nothing on that old road belongs to you. Your life is ahead of you now, on the road you chose tonight, and every glance backward is borrowed from the strength you need for forward. I want you to mark this day, not with noise, but in your heart, the way my people once stacked stones by a river so their descendants would ask what happened there. Something happened here. You were warned, and you listened. You were called, and you stayed. In the seasons ahead, when doubt comes asking whether I ever truly spoke to you, return to this stone. Touch it. Remember. It will answer the doubt for you. And now receive my blessing, for I do not send my children out with instructions only. I send them out covered. I bless the work of your hands. May it prosper in its right season. I bless your going out and your coming in. May the way be kept before you and behind you. I bless your mind with soundness, your body with strength, your sleep with peace, and your house with quiet joy. What I have blessed, no tongue can curse, and what I guard, no scheme can touch. I am not leaving when this voice falls silent. That is the last thing I need you to know, and the one I most need you to keep. My presence does not end where your hearing ends. I am with you in the morning that is coming and in every morning after it. I am with you in the room where decisions wait, in the conversation you have been dreading, in the step you will take this week that no one else knows about. I was with you before you ever heard me. I will be with you when you forget to listen. I am not a visitor in your life, my child. I am its foundation. So rise from this moment changed. Walk slower than your fear and faster than your excuses. Choose peace over pressure every time they stand in the same doorway. Release quickly, forgive completely, trust me daily, and keep your lamp filled. The road ahead of you is not empty. It is prepared. And the one who prepared it goes before you now, as he always has, making the crooked places straight. This is my word to you, spoken in love, sealed in truth, and kept by my own hand. Nothing that was said here will fall to the ground. Now stand, beloved, and answer your God. If you receive everything I have spoken over your life today, seal it now with your amen of faith.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My beloved, I am here with you. I want to speak with you right now because what has been waiting for you is no longer waiting in silence. You were chosen to hear something rare tonight. Keep this close, for it is taking place at this very moment. The answer you have carried in quiet hope has reached the edge of your life, and it needs your attention, your openness, and your willingness to receive it. Do not turn away from this hour. Stay with my voice, because these words are meant for you. Not later, not someday, now. I have been calling you for a long time. Tonight you are ready to listen, so I will speak plainly. You are not hearing this by accident. If you feel even a small pull to remain, it is because something important is about to reach you. I am acting now because things are already in motion. If you stay with me, you will see what many have waited for and never recognized. I know how this finds you. You have been carrying more than anyone around you understands. You have kept your household steady, watched over the ones you love, held your worries behind a calm face, and asked me in the dark whether anything was ever going to change. I heard every one of those quiet questions. Not one of them was lost on the way to me. This night is my reply. Listen well, because a change is starting inside you before it shows on the outside. What I am making is taking shape even where you cannot see it. I am arranging things you could never manage on your own, so that you will know it was my hand and not your striving. Slow down now. Be still with me. When you are still, my presence settles your thoughts and quiets your worries. I know your doubts too. I know how you hesitate when something good draws near, as if it must be meant for someone else. That hesitation was learned through long disappointment, and I do not scold you for it. But I am asking you to lay it down tonight. What is coming needs you open, not braced for another letdown. Many hear a call like this and feel something stir, yet they step away, telling themselves they can return to it later. Do not make that mistake, my child. Timing matters more than you realize. Your blessing is not only about what you receive, it is about when you receive it and how. A door opened at the right moment leads somewhere. A door forced at the wrong moment never could. This is the right moment. That is why I am holding your attention so firmly. You have wondered why things took so long. You wondered why certain doors would not move, why answers seemed to stall just when you needed them most. From where you stood, it looked like silence. From where I stand, it was mercy in motion. I was guiding you away from what would have wounded you, and I was finishing what was not yet ready to hold you. Nothing about the length of that road was carelessness. I never move without a reason, and I do not hand you what you are not yet able to carry. Hear this clearly. The season of waiting is closing. The season of receiving has begun to unfold. What was stuck is starting to move. You are entering a stretch of time where things you asked for in secret begin to stand in plain view. I am not speaking of a vague comfort or a distant idea. I am speaking of a real unfolding, prepared with care, marked with your name, arriving in an order I have already set. You do not need to understand every detail for it to be true. My works do not wait for full explanations. Noah heard before he understood. Abraham walked before he saw where the road led. Understanding often follows obedience, and sight often follows trust. So tonight I am not asking you to figure anything out. I am asking you to remain, to listen, and to let your heart stand open while I speak. Something in you already knows this is true. You have felt it in small moments of clarity that came without explanation, in a sudden peace that arrived while everything around you argued against peace. You could not always name it, but you could not deny it either. Beneath the tiredness, beneath the questions, there is a small, steady knowing that has kept you searching for me through everything. That knowing is not your imagination. It is my spirit bearing witness with yours. It is the reason you did not give up in the years when giving up would have been easier. It is the reason you are here now. So stay present with me through every word that follows. Do not let your mind wander to tomorrow's tasks or yesterday's regrets. What I am about to show you concerns your provision, your peace, the ones you love, and the path opening in front of you. Every part of this message carries something you will need in the days ahead. Receive it slowly. Let it take up room in you. I am not always loud, my precious child. I am steady and I am near. I do not come to you tonight with thunder, but with a voice that knows your name and a promise that has not thinned with time. What I said I would do, I am doing. What I began in you, I will finish. You will not be left half-built, half-healed, or half-answered. That is not how I work, and it is not how I love. Before I show you more, I want your faith to have a voice. Not for my sake, for I know your heart already, but for yours. Faith grows when it is spoken. A door opens wider when you answer it. So answer me now, simply and without fear. If your heart is open to receive what I have prepared, let your amen rise to me now. You might wonder why I chose you for this hour. You have looked at your own life and counted the reasons it could not be you. You know your faults too well. You remember every stumble, every sharp word, every prayer that trailed off into sleep. My child, I do not choose the way people choose. People look at the surface. I look at the heart. And your heart, through everything, kept turning back toward me. Think of David. When I sent Samuel to find a king, the strong son stood tall in the front room while David was out in the fields with the sheep, unseen and unconsidered. His own family did not think to call him in, but I had already marked him. The ones who were overlooked by the household were never overlooked by me. That is how it has been with you. While others measured you by what they could see, I was watching what you carried and how you carried it. You have gone through a great deal, and you still look for me. That is no small thing. Faith that survives disappointment is a different kind of faith. It has roots. It has weight. Anyone can believe on a bright morning when everything works. You believed on the hard nights when nothing did. I saw the times you were passed over and stayed kind anyway. I saw the effort no one thanked you for. I saw you give from a nearly empty hand. None of it escaped me, and none of it will go unanswered. There were seasons when you felt invisible, when your work did not seem to count and your prayers seemed to stop at the ceiling. I want you to hear the truth about those seasons. I was present in every one of them. I was keeping you when you did not know you were being kept. Paul once sailed into a storm so fierce that the sky went dark for days, and every man aboard gave up hope. Yet I was in that storm with a purpose, and not one life was lost. The dark stretch of water you have crossed was the same. It felt like abandonment. It was actually company you could not see. Now something is shifting in you, and you can feel it even tonight. A stillness is settling where the restlessness used to churn. You did not create that stillness, my beloved. I am putting this rest inside you so you will know I am at work. When your heart is quiet, it is far easier to receive what I am giving. So do not rush through this. Do not force understanding. What I am doing does not require your labor. It requires your trust. Speak the words I believe and stand with me in this hour. That small act matters more than you know. When you answer me, you are not performing. You are opening. A field must be open before rain does it any good, and a heart must be open before a promise can land in it. Your answer just now made room. Let me tell you what I see when I look at you, because you have carried the wrong picture of yourself for too long. You think you are barely holding on. I see someone who kept a family's hope alive on scraps. You think your faith is thin. I see faith that walked through fire and came out still speaking to me. You call yourself ordinary. I have never once made an ordinary soul, and I did not begin with you. The change I am working starts deep in the places no one else visits. Before a single circumstance moves, I strengthen the ground it will stand on. That is why these days have felt strange to you, quieter than you expected, as if something were happening just out of sight. Something is. I am steadying your thoughts. I am clearing out old fear the way a farmer clears stones from a field before planting. I am teaching your heart to expect good again, which is harder work than you might think, because your heart learned for years to expect the opposite. Do not think this is small just because it is gentle. My deepest works rarely announce themselves. The seed splits open in the dark soil long before anything green shows above it. The oak that outlives generations spends its first years hidden, sending roots down where no eye admires them. A change that begins this way lasts because it grows from the inside out. What I build slowly, no storm takes quickly. And I am building slowly in you on purpose, because I intend for this to stand. You are also learning to hear me again, and this may be the greatest gift of this hour. Not a voice in the clouds, but a clear knowing that sits firmly in you when you are near me. You have felt it already. A thought that steadies you in a hard moment. A certainty about a decision that confusion had circled for months. That is not chance. That is my voice becoming familiar to you, the way a shepherd's voice becomes familiar to his sheep. From this night on, you will recognize it faster and doubt it less. So stay close, my precious child. Do not measure this hour by how dramatic it feels. Measure it by the peace that is settling in you even now. Peace that has no earthly explanation. You walked in carrying questions. You are already standing differently. That is how you know this is real. I do not merely inform you of things. I change you as I speak, and what I change, I keep. There is more I must show you, and it concerns the release of what you have been carrying and the provision I have set in place. What comes next will ask something of your trust. Remember what you have already declared tonight, and let that declaration hold steady beneath you as we go on together. I have never yet led you anywhere to harm you. I am not beginning tonight. Now I want to speak with you about trust, because trust is the ground everything else will stand on. You have trusted me with your words for years. Tonight I am inviting you to trust me with your weight. There is a difference, and you know it. Words cost little. Weight costs something. Weight is what you feel when you hand over the thing you have been gripping, not knowing how you would manage without it in your hand. You have lived carefully for a long time. You learned to hold tightly because there was never quite enough, and letting go felt like a danger you could not afford. I understand how that habit formed. But hear me, my child. A closed hand cannot receive. It can only keep what it already holds, and what it holds is not enough. That is not the life I am leading you into. I am leading you into open-handed living, where what you release makes room for what I supply. Throughout the generations, my people have marked their trust in me with an act. Abel brought the first of his flock. Abraham built altars at every turning point of his journey. The widow at the temple dropped in 2 small coins, and I declared her offering greater than all the gold of the wealthy, because she gave from her trust and not from her surplus. The act was never about what I needed. I own every hill and every harvest. The act was about what happened in the giver, the moment their trust moved from their lips to their hands. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let your heart settle, because I have more to give you than I have asked of you. That has always been my way. No one has ever placed anything on my altar and walked away poorer in the end. The measure you use is the measure returned to you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. I said that long ago, and I have never once broken it. Feel what is happening in you even now. There is a letting go taking place. I am lifting the load your thoughts have carried for too long. The strain you stopped noticing because it had become part of you. You did not know how heavy it was until it began to move. This is the release I have been preparing. It does not come with noise. It comes the way morning comes, gradually and then unmistakably. The heaviest things you have carried were never assigned to you. Somewhere along the road you picked up burdens I did not hand you. The burden of managing outcomes that belong to me. The burden of being strong for everyone with no place to set your own load down. The burden of old guilt for matters I settled and forgave long ago. Tonight I am taking these back. You may feel strangely light in the coming days, even unsure what to do with the room left behind. Fill it with peace. That space was always meant for peace. Rest will return to you as well, and I mean true rest. Your sleep will begin to change. The hours that once filled with circling thoughts will grow quiet. You will lie down without rehearsing tomorrow's troubles, because you will know the one who holds tomorrow is awake all night anyway. Two of you do not need to keep the watch. Let me keep it. I neither slumber nor sleep, and I watch over you and over the ones you carry in prayer. Now hear my instruction, because it matters. Keep what is forming in your life quiet for a while. Not out of fear, but out of wisdom. New things are delicate. They need trust, not the noise of people who do not understand. When something is still taking shape, speaking of it too early invites doubt and confusion into a place where they have no business. Joseph told his dreams to his brothers before the time was right, and it cost him years. Mary, when the promise was growing in her life, kept these things and pondered them in her heart. Be like Mary in this season. Hold it, ponder it. Let it become strong before you let it become known. This quietness between us is not loneliness, it is closeness. Some things I will do in your life are for the crowd to witness, and in time they will. But some things are for you and me alone, and those are the ones that bind your heart to mine. The friendship of the Lord is for those who fear him. I am offering you that friendship, not merely my works, but my ways. Not only what my hand does, but what my heart intends. So walk gently through the next days. Watch what begins to loosen. You may hear from someone you had stopped expecting to hear from. A matter that dragged on without answer may suddenly find its answer waiting. A need you had braced yourself to face alone may be met before you even name it aloud. Notice the first small movements in matters that stood frozen for years. When you see them, do not explain them away. Thank me quietly and keep walking. Every small movement is a messenger telling you the larger ones are coming. What I have set in motion tonight cannot be called back, and no hand but mine is steering it. Your part is not to push. Your part is to trust, to rest, and to stay near enough to hear my next instruction when it comes. That is the whole of your assignment, and it is enough. Let me speak now about time, because time is where your faith has been bruised the most. You asked, and the answer did not come when you thought it should. You knocked, and the door stayed shut past every date you had circled in hope. Little by little, a quiet suspicion crept in, one you never said aloud. Maybe I had heard you and simply decided not to answer. My child, that suspicion has robbed you of more peace than any enemy ever did, and tonight I am taking it from you. I move on a calendar you cannot see, and my calendar is not slow. It is exact. Noah built for years under a clear sky with no sign of rain and no shortage of mockers. The rain was never late. It fell on the very day the ark was finished and the family was inside. Moses stood before a sea with an army behind him, and the water did not part a moment before his foot reached the shore. To every watching eye, both men were in trouble. In truth, both men were exactly on schedule. So were you. The years that looked like delay had order in them. Some of what you asked for was not yet ready for you. Some of it you were not yet ready to keep, and I will not hand you a blessing, only to watch it crush you or slip away. And some doors, hear me, I shut myself. I shut them firmly, and I did not always explain. Behind more than one of those doors stood loss you never saw, entanglements that would have stolen years, people who would have drained the life from you. You grieved outside doors that were locked for your protection. One day you will see what was behind them, and you will thank me for every door that would not open. The pause has ended now. What was stuck is moving. And so I give you an instruction that may sound strange while nothing yet looks different. Make your home ready. Prepare as those who expect what they asked for. When I promised rain through my servant Elijah, the word to the people was to dig ditches while the ground was still dry. The digging did not bring the rain, but it declared, before every watching eye, whose word they were standing on. What does this look like for you? It looks like planning as one who expects provision instead of bracing as one who expects lack. It looks like speaking of the days ahead with hope in your mouth instead of dread. It looks like clearing out the habits of scarcity, the constant rehearsing of worst outcomes, the apologizing for hoping. Adjust your understanding, my beloved, for your former measures are too small for what I am bringing. You have been asking me to fill a cup. I am bringing what needs a storehouse. Widen your expectation in every quarter. You expected relief. I intend restoration. You hope to catch up. I intend to set you ahead. You prayed to survive the season. I am making you someone who carries others through their seasons. This is how I answer, not measured to the size of the request, but to the size of my heart toward you. Eye has not seen and ear has not heard all that I have prepared for those who love me. I know what long waiting does to a soul, and I am undoing it gently. You learned to hold hope loosely, so it would not hurt as much when it failed. That reflex will not vanish in a night, and I am patient with it. But practice believing me in small things this week. When a small good arrives, receive it fully instead of bracing for it to be taken back. Each time you do, the old reflex weakens and trust takes another step. Trust is rebuilt the same way it was broken, one experience at a time, and I intend to give you experiences. Watch also for my markers along this stretch of road. I rarely move without leaving signs for the one walking with me. A conversation that answers the exact question you prayed about that morning. A provision arriving the very week of the need. A stranger's word that lands so precisely you feel known. People call these things coincidence. You will know better. They are markers, set out the way lamps are set along a dark path. Each one saying, you are on the road, keep walking. Do not stumble over how ordinary the beginnings may look. Almost everything I do enters the world small. A shepherd boy with a sling. A jar with a little oil left in it. 5 loaves in a boy's basket. A whisper on a mountain after the wind and fire had passed. The size of the seed tells you nothing about the size of the harvest. If the beginnings in your life look modest this month, plant them anyway. Honor them. Small is how my greatest works arrive, so they can grow roots before they draw eyes. And while you wait for the fullness, remember that waiting with me is not empty time. These very days have a sweetness in them that the busy seasons will not have. We are walking closely right now, you and I, speaking often, listening carefully. Many who received their answer quickly never learned my nearness at all. You have. That nearness is going with you into the abundance ahead, and it will keep the abundance from ever becoming your master. The one who learns to be led is safe to be blessed. So lift your eyes tonight. The stretch of road ahead of you is not the road behind you. I have gone ahead and made the crooked places straight. I have moved matters into position while you slept and set right, quietly, things you had no power to reach. What I promised is standing at the entrance of your life, and it did not come this far to turn away. Prepare your house. Prepare your heart. Receive what your hands could never build. Something is changing in the way you see, my child, and I want you to understand it so you do not doubt it. The confusion that hung over your decisions is thinning. Matters that tangled your mind for months are beginning to sort themselves into a simple order. This is not an accident of a better week. I am the one providing this clarity. I am arranging your inner house the way a steward arranges a room. Everything set where it belongs. Everything findable when it is needed. Confusion was never my voice. Where I speak, things become simpler, not more tangled. So as this clearness grows, trust it. You will know which matters deserve your strength and which ones were only noise. You will feel sooner and more surely when something is right for you and when it merely glitters. This discernment is a gift for the road ahead, because the road ahead holds more choices than the road behind, and I am equipping you before I am enlarging you. Fear is losing its grip on you as well. Notice how some things that once tightened your chest have gone quiet. The dread that met you on waking, the knot before difficult conversations. They are not being managed. They are being starved, because fear feeds on the belief that you face things alone, and that belief is dying in you. When David stood before the giant, every soldier around him measured the enemy's size. David measured mine. The same enemy looked enormous to the army and small to the shepherd, and the difference was not courage. It was where each one fixed his eyes. Your eyes are learning to fix on me, and everything hostile is shrinking accordingly. There will still be moments when old fear returns to test the locks. Expect it, and do not be alarmed by it. A fear that returns is not a sign that nothing has changed. It is a sign that something has, for it would not need to knock if it still lived inside. When it comes, you need no lengthy battle. Simply remember whose you are. Speak my name. Fear recognizes it, and fear does not stay long in a house where I am welcomed. Remember Peter, who stepped out of the boat onto the waves because I called him. He walked, truly walked, until he turned his attention from me to the wind. And when he sank, mark this well, my hand reached him at once, not after a lesson, not after a scolding delay, at once. That is what your moments of sinking will look like in this new season. Not proof that you should never have stepped out, but proof that the hand is always within reach of the walker. Your very sense of who you are is being rebuilt, and this is the deepest work of all. For years you carried a name for yourself stitched together from your hardest moments, overlooked, barely managing, always the strong one, never the carried one. Tonight I am unstitching that name. You are not what the worst season said about you. You are what I say about you, mine, chosen, kept, called for a purpose that is not expired. When I renamed Abram and Sarai and Jacob and Simon, the new names told them who they were becoming, not who they had been. Hear your new name in your spirit and answer to it, for a soul rises or settles to the level of the name it believes. Joy is returning to you too, and it will surprise you. Not the thin cheerfulness you have performed for others' comfort, but something with depth in it. The kind that was sung in prison at midnight. The kind that does not ask permission from circumstances. It will catch you in ordinary moments, a lightness rising for no visible reason, a warmth while doing some plain task. Do not question it or hunt for its cause. It is your spirit recognizing what is approaching before your mind has been told. Laughter will come easier. Your face will soften in a way others notice before you do. The joy of the Lord is strength, and I am strengthening you by gladness now, because gladness carries further than grit. Out of this inner change, your outer steps will begin to shift on their own. You will speak with more certainty and less apology. You will decide in days what once took months, not from haste, but from quiet knowing. You will stop shrinking to fit rooms that were always too small for what I put in you. None of this will require force. A tree does not strain to stand taller. It simply grows, and its height follows its roots. Your roots are going deep into me, and everything visible will follow them upward. And here is the mercy hidden inside it all. I am changing you before I change everything around you, because blessings landing on an unhealed life have crushed many. I love you too well to decorate a wound. So I am making you whole first, steady first, sure of me first. Then what I add will rest on rock instead of sand. When the house stands through storms in the years ahead, you will understand why I built this way, from the inside outward, from the unseen to the seen. You cannot yet see all of what I see in you. That is all right. I do not ask you to see it. I ask you to trust the one who does. Every builder knows the finished house before the ground is cleared. Every potter sees the vessel while the clay is still shapeless on the wheel. The pressure you have felt in these years was never punishment. It was a maker's hands, patient and deliberate, refusing to abandon the work. I know the finished you, and I am not uncertain, and I have never once stopped building. Others gave up on parts of you. You gave up on parts of yourself. I never did, and I never will. If you trust my hand to finish what it has begun in you, declare your Amen now. Now I must speak of the ones you love, because half the weight you carry was never about yourself. You have prayed for them in the dark more often than you have prayed for your own needs. There are people so woven into your heart that their dangers frighten you more than your own, and you have felt at times that you could not protect them no matter how tightly you tried to hold everything together. Hear me on this, and let it settle deep. While you were watching over them, I was watching over you all. I give you peace about them tonight. The ones you carry in prayer are under my eye. I have spread my covering over your loved ones and made dangers you never saw lose their way before reaching them. There were harms headed toward your household that simply never arrived, and you will not know until the next life how many. Do not let fear for them eat your days. Your prayers for them are not scattering into the air. They are stored before me, and I am answering them in ways and times you cannot yet trace. Keep praying, and hand me the outcomes. I can be trusted with what you love. I loved them first. I am also setting your friendships and companions in order, because the new season needs a different circle than the old one. You have known the ache of pouring into people who valued what you did but never who you were. You gave understanding and received demands. You showed up and were not shown up for. I saw every one of those uneven exchanges, and I am ending that pattern. It ends not with bitterness, but with rearrangement. Some connections will quietly fade in this season. Let them. Do not chase what is walking away, and do not force what is finished. Not everyone can travel where you are going, and some were only ever meant for a stretch of the road. Release them with kindness and without blame. At the same time, I am preparing new people for you, and I have been preparing them for some time. Companions with whom you will not need to perform or shrink or explain your scars twice. Around them you will feel a strange ease, the ease of being understood without labor. When you meet them, you will recognize my hand in it, because they will arrive too precisely to be chance. The time has come for you not only to pour out, but to be poured into. What was giving without return will become shared strength. There is also a matter of honor I intend to settle. You were misjudged. Words were laid on your name that you did not deserve, and versions of past events were told in ways that were not true. You swallowed the injustice because answering it would have cost more than bearing it. I saw that too, and I have not forgotten. I am a God who sets records right. You will not need to argue your case or raise your voice. When I lift to life, the lifting itself answers every question. Joseph never argued with his brothers about the pit or chased down the lies of his accusers. I simply raised him, and the truth stood up with him. Those who questioned you will watch what I do in your life, and they will draw their own conclusions in silence. Vindication is sweeter from my hand than from yours. Leave it in mind. There is one more release I ask of you, and it is for your own sake. Forgive the ones who wounded you, including those who never admitted the wound and never will. Unforgiveness is a debt you keep collecting on your own account. The record sits open on your table, and you are the one made to read it every day. Close it now. Hand me the account, and let me be the judge of what is owed. This is not pretending the wrong did not matter. It is refusing to carry it another mile. The moment you release them, you will find it was your own hands that came free. As matters begin to move, you will need wisdom about your words. So hear this instruction again with fresh ears. When the first evidences appear, the urge to tell everyone will rise in you. Be slow. Not everyone can celebrate you rightly, and early blessing shared in the wrong room draws envy where you expected joy. Some hearts will rejoice with you. A few will quietly begin to measure and resent. You already sense who is who. Guard your peace and speak of the deepest things sparingly. Let the fruit of your life do the speaking in its own time. What I have built in secret can be seen in public without ever being explained. Know also that your choices in this next stretch carry more weight than before. This is not a reason for fear. It is the mark of a promoted life. When I enlarge a territory, every decision in it matters more, the way a captain's choices matter more than a passenger's. You will make these weightier choices well, because you will not make them alone. Bring them to me while they are still small. In the quiet, I will incline your heart toward the right path, and you will notice that the right doors feel strangely unforced. What is of me will not require you to trample your peace to seize it. That is one of the surest ways you will tell my opportunities from imitations. Mine come with peace in the package, and in your own house expect a softening. Places where tension had become the daily weather will begin to calm. Conversations that always found their way to conflict will find another way. What felt heavy in the walls will lift. I am setting harmony where there was strain, and you will feel the difference before you can explain it. You will become an anchor for others in that house, steady without absorbing every storm as your own. There is a way of caring that does not require drowning, and I am teaching it to you. You may hold a hand without climbing into the flood beside them. I am the rescuer. You were never asked to be. All of this, the protection, the new companions, the vindication, the harmony, flows from one source, and it is not chance, and it is not your careful planning finally paying off. It is not your improved management. It is my presence taking its place at the center of your life. When I am given the center, everything around it finds its orbit. Things stop colliding. You have lived long enough at the center, holding it all by will and worry. Step aside now and watch how much better it holds when the everlasting arms are doing the carrying. Now, my child, we come to the part of this hour that matters most, because a message received and never walked in is a lamp left unlit. Everything I have spoken tonight is meant to be lived. So let me show you how to step into it, plainly and simply, the way a father shows a beloved child the path through a field he has walked 1,000 times. Begin tomorrow with me. Before the demands of the day reach for you, give me the first quiet moments. They do not need to be long or eloquent. Speak to me as you would to the one who knows you best, because I am. In those first moments, I will set the tone your whole day will follow. A day that begins in my presence bends toward peace, no matter what it holds. This one habit will do more for you than 100 resolutions, because it keeps us close. And closeness is where everything you receive tonight stays alive. Then walk at my pace, not the frantic pace the world demands, and not the frozen pace of fear, but the steady rhythm of a soul that knows who leads. When I prompt you to act, act, even if your understanding lags behind your obedience. When I counsel stillness, be still, even if everything in you itches to push. You will feel the difference between the two if you stay near me. My promptings come with a quiet certainty. Pressure and panic are never my messengers. Anything that shouts hurry before it lets you pray did not come from me. Expect confirmations because I will send them. In the coming days, watch for moments that answer this night. A word from an unexpected mouth that repeats what I have told you. Provision meeting a need with timing too perfect to be luck. An old stuck matter shifting on its own. When these arrive, do two things. Thank me at once, for gratitude keeps the channel wide open. And let each one strengthen you for the next step, the way each stone in a stream bears you toward the far bank. I do not confirm to entertain you. I confirm to build you. Be patient with the unfolding. Some of what I have promised will meet you quickly, and some will come in stages, each stage arriving when you are ready to keep it. Do not measure my faithfulness by the first week. A harvest is not judged the morning after planting. If a day comes when nothing seems to move and the old doubts lean close and whisper that this night was only a feeling, return to these words. Stand on them again. Feelings visit and leave. My word, once given, stays and works, and it does not return to me empty. You will also find, perhaps sooner than you think, that you have become an answer to someone else. The comfort you receive tonight is not meant to end with you. Someone near you is walking the same dark stretch you have just come through, certain that no one sees them. You will recognize the look in their eyes because it lived in yours. When that moment comes, do not preach. Simply be kind and speak a little of what you know now to be true. What I poured into you tonight will pour out of you then, and you will discover one of my oldest secrets. The comforted become the comforters, and in giving the comfort away, they keep it. Carry yourself from this night on as one who has heard from me, not proud, for you did nothing to earn this hour, but unafraid, for you did not imagine it either. Let your manner be gentle and your hope be stubborn. When others speak of dread over the days to come, you need not argue. Simply hold your peace like a lamp in a doorway. People will notice that something rests on you that the news of the day cannot shake. Some will ask. Then you may tell them of the one who speaks in the night to ordinary souls who will listen. Hold on to gratitude as your daily bread in this season, not gratitude as a duty, but as a way of seeing. The thankful eye finds my fingerprints everywhere, and the soul that finds me everywhere is never poor. Even before the fullness arrives, thank me in advance, as those who have already seen the harvest standing in the field. Faith speaks that way. It counts what is promised as surely as what is held. Know also that what you are receiving reaches beyond your own days. The faithfulness you have shown and the trust you have renewed tonight plant something that will outlast you. Wells dug by one generation give water to the next. Long after this season is past, those who come behind you will drink from choices you made in the dark, when no one stood by to praise you for them. Live then, as one who builds further than the eye can see. Nothing placed in my hands is spent only once. And now, receive my blessing, for I do not end this hour without laying my hand upon it. I bless your going out and your coming in, from this day forward. I bless the work of your hands, that it may prosper past its natural reach. I bless your table, that it may know plenty, and your door, that it may open to peace and close against harm. I bless your body with strength and your night with rest. I bless the ones you love, near and far, the ones you carry in prayer and the ones you have entrusted to me through many seasons. I bless the road ahead of you, every mile of it that I have already walked and prepared. What I spoke tonight, I will perform. I am not a man that I should lie, nor a son of man that I should change my mind. Heaven and earth will pass away before one word I have given you falls to the ground. You came to this hour carrying questions. Leave it carrying promises. You came weary. Leave held. The long silence is over, my beloved. The answer is at the door. All that remains is for you to live like one who believes it, one ordinary faithful day at a time with your hand in mine. I am with you always. Not with you until the next hard season. Not with you while the path is clear, but always. When you rise in the morning, I am there before you. When you lie down at night, I keep the watch. When you walk through waters, they will not overwhelm you. And when you walk through fire, it will not consume you. For I have called you by name, and you are mine. Let every fear hear it plainly this night. You belong to me, and I do not lose what is mine, and I do not leave, and I do not fail. Go now into your rest, and let these words keep working while you sleep, for my word labors even when my children cannot. Tomorrow you will rise into the first day of the season we have spoken of, and I will be there to meet you in it, as I have met you here. Seal all you have received tonight with one final amen of faith.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.